The committee is hearing evidence on the committee's inquiry into workforce development in Northern Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolution, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in a private session. It is important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to ask to give evidence in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I remind witnesses that mobile phones should be switched off, and that goes for members as well, and for committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking should mute their microphones. Finally, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all of those who have made submissions and sent representatives here today for their cooperation in this inquiry. So I welcome representatives from the Cattle Australia and AgForce Queensland by video conference, and I think Cattle Australia are here in person. Yep. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can you please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
So my name is Dr Chris Parker. I'm Chief Executive Officer of Cattle Australia.
Is there anyone else? Mr McCarthy.
Yes, Shane McCarthy, Deputy Chair of AgForce Queensland.
Thank you. I invite either of you to make a brief opening statement, and then the committee will ask questions. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
I'll make a short one if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Committee, for the opportunity to appear and interact with you today. Cattle Australia considers that tremendous opportunities exist in Northern Australia. The beef industry has a proud history of being associated with the development of the North, and that association will be imperative for growth of the region into the future. The beef industry employs 10,000 people directly and indirectly in the Northern Territory alone. The last comprehensive assessment of the economic value of the beef industry in Northern Australia estimated its worth at approximately $5 billion, of which $3.7 billion was production at farm gate. Addressing the unique workforce needs in Northern Australia involves understanding the region's distinctive environmental, economic and infrastructural challenges. Key factors to consider are seasonal workforce management challenges, funding and investment challenges, infrastructure development challenges, workforce training and retention, and community and social support challenges. To address these challenges comprehensively, a multifaceted approach is required. Integrated policy framework, developing a cohesive policy framework that aligns efforts across different levels of government and the private sector. 2, sustainable development goals, ensuring that development plans are economically sustainable and bipartisan. 3, continuous evaluation, regularly assessing and adjusting strategies based on feedback and changing conditions to ensure they remain effective and relevant. By focusing on these strategic areas, Northern Australia can build a resilient and adaptable workforce capable of thriving despite its unique challenges. The main points in our submission, and I'll elaborate under questioning, it's the lack of strategic and consistent funding from all levels of government, and of course, infrastructure development. I would urge the committee, there are some other things I'd like to just mention very briefly, and that is, don't ignore the work that's gone in the past. There's some very good work done, including the 2014 Green and White Paper run by Prime Minister and Cabinet in Northern Australian development. Has a series of recommendations which I won't make now, but happy to elaborate later. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Thank you. Mr McCarthy, would you like to do an opening or a brief statement?
Yeah, if I could, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Just a little bit of background. AgForce is a PEG organisation representing Queensland cattle, cane, grain and sheep and wool. The cane, beef, broadacre cropping and sheep wool industries in Queensland generated about $8.4 billion on farm value production in 2020-21. AgForce's purpose is to advance the sustainability of agribusiness and strives to ensure long-term growth and viability and competitiveness. We represent about 6,500 farmers, individuals and businesses who provide support to AgForce through membership. Thanks for the opportunity for AgForce to provide feedback into the inquiry into Northern Australia workforce development. AgForce are passionate about the North and we have a strong membership base seeking economic growth and infrastructure development in the region. We're also a member to provide Rural Jobs and Skills Alliance, and we've provided input into the Queensland Agriculture Industry Workforce Plan 2022. Some of our ongoing impediments to building the growth in the North is transport, connectivity, childcare, challenges and attracting and attaining a workforce. Accommodation is a big problem, and empowering and upskilling local Indigenous people to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr McCarthy, just for your benefit, just so that you know, and before I hand over to members, just members present in the committee, because I know your camera's not working, the Deputy Chair of this committee, Mr Warren Entsch, is here. Mr Andrew Wilcox, MP, Senator Susan McDonald, and to my left, MP Shane Newman from Queensland, and my colleague from the Northern Territory, Luke Gosling, member for Solomon, and myself. So I will go to the Deputy Chair for any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Warren Entsch. Look, my question is to, just looking at the submission from AgForce, there are 2 points that I'd just like to, for clarification. First is, you raised the issue of accommodation being crucial for retainment of workforce, and you suggest incentivising improvements to workers' compensation. Have you got anything in mind in relation to that as an initiative that government could be, or committee could be recommending in relation? Because right through this whole inquiry, accommodation has always has been a major issue, particularly in the more remoter areas. Now, assuming that on the properties you're able to bring people on, young people on there to do it, but the accommodation, of course, is always a challenge. But if you have any ideas or any recommendations with regards to incentivising accommodation initiatives for workers.
Thanks for your question. So a lot of the problem that we find with accommodation, be it in the smaller rural towns or on property, is the standard of accommodation. People are looking for better homes than now, but to come to the place, to the regions first up, and to stay. The standard of accommodation that people expect has changed over the years. As for what we could do to improve the accommodation, our biggest problem is we've got the area to build the houses. It's just being able to afford ability for people to build houses. In the rural remote areas, the price that people need to build a house, what banks are asking for as an initial deposit is higher than anywhere else. and tenure of the land in Indigenous communities is also an issue of being able to build on those lands. Making it easier for investors to be able to actually invest in housing in rural and remote areas is probably the main thing. Okay, but I would assume, I mean, given you were talking here in Northern Australia, probably large, and Chris, Dr. Parker, you might like to chirp in on this one here. When I look at this incentivising improvements for workers' accommodation here, so you're talking about on private lands, not on properties, because I would assume that a lot of the workers will be required to live, particularly in the cattle industry, be living on stations, etc. So are you suggesting that we do recommend something for the properties to be able to provide additional workers' accommodation, or is it all in relation to private landholders building housing to facilitate these people to come into the area? It'd be a combination of both. The towns area is incentivising and making it cheaper or easier for people to get the loans, but on property, it would be maybe tax incentives, tax breaks to be able to upgrade their accommodation. Sometimes it's landowners don't have a lot of cash on hand, and the accommodation, like I said, the accommodation that's there now is not up to a certain standard that needs to be, and people are looking for higher standards of accommodation nowadays. So tax breaks, tax incentives would be one way to do it.
Mr Hench, the state of accommodation is symptomatic of the state of a lot of infrastructure through the north, and that I think there are a range of policy levers that are available to government. Tax incentives will be one of them, of course. They would be. Direct subsidies would be another one. There's a whole range of those, and that's for the committee to have, to contemplate. I think what Mr McCarthy's saying, and we'd agree with, is that there is an expectation when you're competing against fly-in, fly-out mines, which have a pretty high standard of accommodation, to be blunt, certainly much higher than when I used to work up in that area many years ago. And the food's quite good, all those things are there. And so in a competitive environment where you are competing for workers, very much so, things like accommodation and some of the associated benefits, for want of a better word, are extremely important for those looking to work up in the north, whether that's permanently or on a less permanent basis. So we would encourage the committee to look at those range of policy levers that might be available to government, to think about the manner in which it would like to support more generally the upgrading of infrastructure for accommodation. And my final question, and it goes to one of our focuses here, and that is in relation to Indigenous engagement and trying to get more Indigenous engagement into a workforce. AgForce was calling for a review on restrictions on Indigenous land tenure and water reserves to enable economic opportunities. I'd be just interested if you could expand on that for the committee, please, because this is something that we've had challenges on this in the past. But if you could just expand on it, that would be very, very useful.
Right at the moment, so it's hard for Indigenous communities to get the tenure of the land to build a house, build something, because it's not freehold. So the banks are looking for the freehold piece of paper. There are ways that in Indigenous communities that they can get the community to say that you're allowed to build on that piece of land, but there's still no guarantee of tenure. Also with the water issues, so I know in my region there's in the Flinders River there's Indigenous water allocations, but none of those Indigenous guys can then able to access that water. They don't know how. They don't, and it's nobody seems to know what allocation, where, and how, and so a lot of education needs to happen in those areas, I'd say. Does that help?
Shane.
I'm going to pick up on what Warren has asked Shane, it's Shane Newman here, Federal Member for Blair in Queensland and Ipswich, and that is the issue, one of the key challenges, that is childcare. I notice the ABS data says that the average age for people living in Northern Australia is significantly lower, so more likely to have children, and more than half of those people live in regional cities and towns such as Townsville, Cairns and Mackay and Rockhampton, etc. So I'm interested in any suggestions you might have to improve childcare, which is of course very important in terms of productivity and getting people into the workforce, particularly women. And I'm interested in any suggestions you might have in improving childcare in the northern parts of Australia.
We've just gone through that in the local community that I live. The local daycare centre is having problems and issues with being able to stay open, and it's not for lack of children there, it's lack of staff on hand, qualified staff on hand. Once somebody gets sick, they either close a room for the day or close down for the day, and therefore then those women in the community who have no care for those children have to take the day off work. So a bit of one size fits all for childcare doesn't necessarily work, and it needs to be given a bit of, horses for courses and what works in this community and what doesn't work in those communities. Also, there is the ability there for so overseas workers. I know there's a young lass in my community who's qualified in childcare from Germany, and she would like to work in that area, but the visa doesn't extend that way. And from what I understand, talking to her, there is a large community of childcare workers from overseas who would be interested in working in those areas, whether it be temporary or not. But that would alleviate a lot of those problems that to do with staffing.
Shane, thanks, Chair. Luke Gosling from Darwin. Just a supplementary on childcare. In that local example, who runs that childcare and early education centre?
So at the moment, it's a local committee run the centre, but they're finding that more and more difficult with more and more regulations being put in. So they are actually trying to get a larger corporation or larger facility to take over that position, which would then be run from the coast. So it gives them better access to qualified staff, but it's, a lot of those smaller communities, they are either run by local government or they are run by local committees.
Yeah, and in this case, is it family daycare run by a local group, or, is it local government to run that childcare facility?
In my community, it's a local committee that run that group.
Right.
But if you go to the neighbouring town, it's local government who has taken that responsibility on, and that's what we're finding more and more in the rural and remote committees. Local government is having to step into areas that they not necessarily have been in before because no one else is able to take it on.
Thanks.
Right.
Thanks, Chair.
Andrew.
Andrew from Dawson. My question is to Dr. Chris. In your submission, you talked about infrastructure development is crucial to the beef industry. What do you need?
So a couple of things, Mr. Wilcox, if I could just go back one and then answer your question, if that's okay.
Sure.
I think the challenge with getting workers into childcare is symptomatic across a whole range of professions. And as a veterinary surgeon professional who's worked in regional Australia and the unique regional community of Canberra as well, it is imperative that it is not just incentives, it's actually about the life experience. And there's been all sorts of programs over many years to attract professionals. But if people are serious about getting professionals into regional communities, including in the north, then that next needs to be a conscious decision with a set of conscious benefits that sit around it. And again, it's not for me to tell the government the range of policy levers that already exist in that space. But I think, again, coming back to our, if you like, our submission where we're talking about coordinated efforts across the different levels of government and the communities is a really important part of how we're actually going to attract and keep professionals, whether they be childcare workers, whether they be doctors, veterinarians, teachers, whatever, into those communities. Coming back on infrastructure. So infrastructure in the north, you'd be aware of the cattle industry, and there are large numbers of properties that that are really unable to get trucks into their during the wet season, for instance, is a good example, because the roads are really not good enough. And they're not all-weather roads. They are mostly all-weather roads until the weather gets a bit bad and you get a lot of rain coming in. So that's one thing. The second thing is about port facilities. You've got 90% of the cattle industry going out of particularly Northern Territory is live export. Now, whatever your personal views about live export are, that is the fact. That's the fact of the matter. There's 6,500 people who are employed directly in that particular endeavour in the Northern Territory, and I think that's a really important thing that we keep in mind, that for such an important industry, going short haul to Indonesia mostly, we need to ensure that for both animal welfare but also the development of the industry, that port facilities and transport facilities are really up to scratch, and that includes loading ramps, that includes the whole gamut of the way these things are done. And I think it's important we maintain world's best practice in those spaces, and that does take infrastructure development, Mr Wilcox, and I think they're probably the two key areas that I'd highlight, notwithstanding those issues I've said before about accommodation and the general upkeep of the way these things are maintained.
Thank you. So, look, I'm not familiar with the facility, so do we need something built new, or does what the current things need a birthday?
Look, clearly the current facilities are adequate because they are safely and humanely exporting live cattle. Everyone always likes something new and better, and there are always new and better ways, particularly with low stress handling and the techniques that sit around low stress handling of livestock. And the more we can do to promote that through infrastructure development, the better the outcomes will be for the industry, the better the outcomes will be for the animals, and the better the outcomes will be for the country.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you both. Susan McDonald here. We could talk all day on these topics, couldn't we? So, Dr Parker, if I could just start with you on that point on roads. I often think about Cape York and the same for the northern part of Darwin. You know, how much greater productivity could be if, you know, the roads weren't cut. I mean, last year the roads into the Cape were cut for 5 months. You know, can you imagine any other business in the country only being operate for 7 months, not being able to turn off, not being able to get gear in? Is that what we're looking for? Is recommendations. You know, your submission's great, but I want to get down to some kind of nitty gritty. Would it be something about prioritisation of stock routes again? I don't want to put words into your mouth, but how would we prioritise roads into the Territory, Queensland and far north Western Australia to increase productivity for the cattle industry?
Senator, we haven't done it, but I'm sure someone has. That it's very clear that there would be certain routes that would carry large numbers of stock. I'm not suggesting that people should get money to upgrade their driveways. Now, that's not a bad thing, but you know, I think prioritising these sorts of things. It's about coordinating state and federal governments to think about what are the main stock routes, and stock routes has a particular meaning. So I'd rather think of high volume traffic areas where they are related to export businesses, or at least going to the very few abattoirs up in that area. And so I would see that as be your first priority, and that is a very reasonable recommendation about, again, coming back to coordinating both federal and Commonwealth priorities and even local government priorities in this space, given they do have a role in maintaining secondary roads as well, which are important in the north particularly. They're important everywhere, actually. And I think that, you know, you didn't put words in my mouth, it's actually there in my notes to talk about, is that those, if we're going to prioritise, that should be the way we do it. We recognise that, you know, the cattle industry in the north is a very important industry. I guarantee it won't be only high volume cattle that are going on those roads, particularly if they're to the ports and those sorts of areas as well. So I'm sure there is the ability for some smart person to run an algorithm over, you know, if it has mining go on it and it has livestock go on it, it's number one. If it only has, you know, mining go on it, it's number two, and the same if there's only cattle on it, it's a number, you know, secondary priority. But I'm not saying that it's a secondary priority. I'm simply saying there must be a way of prioritising these based on traffic and based on export value.
Yeah, something like the beef programs road of the 70s and 80s where, you know, they bitumised so much of those important roads. Okay, so leaving roads for a second, we had, just back to training, we had evidence from the Northern Territory Cattlemen's Association last year when you were in Darwin. I just went back and reread that evidence. Mr Evans was talking about the funding for the Pastoral Real Jobs program in the Northern Territory being cut because they weren't recognised as a Indigenous training organisation. This seems a massive oversight, a program that, you know, was actually training people because it is about people. What recommendation can we pull out of that? Is it as simple as being more flexible in the who we give training to? Is it restarting funding? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm starting to feel guilty, Senator. We certainly didn't have a conversation before this, but that's also in my notes to talk about. So
that's great.
So thank you for that opportunity. Look, the Pastoral Real Jobs program was and still is, I suppose, an outstanding. There's 250 Indigenous people have been through that, who've developed a series of life skills, work skills that have positioned them in a better place to be able to access a job. Okay. Clearly, these things are always driven by individuals and the manner in which they want to use that skill set they've been given to then go forward. Look, I have many years in government, and it just seems not sensible to have a restriction on funding, and I'm sure there's sound policy reasons and they're just in areas I don't understand. I would just question where you've got programs that work well and that have proven with results on the ground that are unable to access adequate funding because they may or may not be links to Indigenous employment agencies or be an Indigenous employment agency. I don't want to be seen in any way to be bashing those employment agencies or looking. I'm simply saying if we are restricting, we're looking to broaden out the availability of workforce training and the ability to develop a highly skilled workforce, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous in the North. It seems to me that there is an untapped resource in the Indigenous workforce in the North, participating very actively at the moment, but, you know, it's the fastest growing population in Australia. Why aren't we endeavouring to encourage both Indigenous employment, but also, back to Mr McCarthy's point, about Indigenous-led development, whether that be access through water or being able to build, particularly on places they want to be building business on, that sort of thing. We shouldn't let, in my view, bureaucracy get in the way of people looking to develop either the socio-economic development of the North, the employment development of the North, or even the infrastructure development of the North. Yeah. And I think, for me, that's the key. It's not for me to lecture people about whether you should or shouldn't be available to funding, but it does seem to me that there are opportunities that might be being missed through rules that might make a lot of sense, but in certain situations don't. And maybe those programs need to have more flexibility built into them to allow, you know, those fundings on merit, however you want to run it, in that sense. So I don't have the solution, Senator, at all, other than to maybe point out that there are, I think, opportunities that might well be being missed. And if we think about current Indigenous employment, you know, the latest figures I've got, and they may not be all that relevant, as in absolutely up to date, but 10.7% of total employment in in the Northern Territory, Indigenous in cattle industry. 15% Western Australia, northwest of Western Australia. You know, those are not insignificant figures, and we should be able to build on those, and we should be able to build on Indigenous contribution, not just to agriculture and the beef industry, but more broadly.
The Chair's being very patient with me. If I could just have one more question of Dr Parker, and then I'll go to Mr McCarthy, if that's all right, Chair. Thank you. Dr Parker, we talked about housing previously. We're all very aware of, you know, workforce shortage to build them, the, you know, material shortage, the costs. So I'm not suggesting that there is any silver bullet, but I was just reflecting on the depreciation treatment for upgraded water on cattle stations. And if I stretch back into my distant past as an accountant, I think it was 10, I can't really remember. But is there, is there a possibility for us to think about tax treatment to speed up depreciation schedules like with water, where you're able to deduct over 3 years rather than over the life of an asset? I'm aware that there is a business now importing modular cyclone-rated, tropical-rated buildings from Indonesia. You know, is that a solution? Because we do need to do something quite quickly, as you say, to upgrade the quality of houses in accommodation for workforce in the north.
The short answer is yes. The slightly longer answer is I don't profess to understand the full mechanics of the taxation system or government grants system. But once again, surely we can be creative in the manner in which the policy levers of government are pulled to address what is a significant and well-recognised challenge in the beef industry, but I would suggest more broadly across the north. And that may well extend to the sorts of things that were done in northern Queensland around insurance for people as well. There are, as you know, having been an accountant and running a business, there are a range of costs, and that's what I mean about a range of policy levers that should be looked at. Taxation treatment of capital improvements on properties, particularly in particular categories like accommodation, water, whatever, is a long-standing policy lever that's been pulled many times by governments of both colours. And I would encourage the committee to look at those sorts of options going forward, but not just that. There are other policy levers that would provide relief for a business in associated costs, and whether that be insurance, whether that be land tenure, whatever that it looks like. We should look to have as broad a view as possible rather than just focusing on one thing, Senator. It would be my view, our view.
Terrific. Thank you, Dr Parker. Mr McCarthy, terrific to see you in Richmond last week, or the week before. I want to talk to you about this issue of training. We know that all the agricultural training colleges in Queensland have now been shut down. Where is training coming from for agricultural businesses in your part of the world?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the question. It's been an issue for a little while that those training centres that did a great job have been shut down. We're finding now that it's been taken on by a lot of the employers themselves, and whether they have the time and funds to do that is another question itself. There are programs out there that are coming into play. I know AgForce has just launched their own training arm as well to try and alleviate a lot of these problems. But there are some courses offered at TAFE, but not many at all. But yeah, there needs to be training on ground and hands-on sort of stuff, that practical training that works for each industry that we have. How we go about that, whether it's training, even the training modules that AgForce will do are only sort of, day or 2 days here. We need longer longer courses to be able to train people properly.
It is unbelievable, isn't it, that for such a big industry, agriculture, whether it be beef production in the north or, you know, the more cropping that you're seeing from the Burdekin across, or, you know, in other parts of the north, that we don't have any sort of professional training organisations or colleges the way they used to be. We really rely on young people to come out and do a few years and hopefully not get injured, and you know, we're relying on farm training, which whilst good, you know, it doesn't really smack of a professional industry when it is a professional industry. So that's probably an opinion. I'll just put a pin in that.
I was just going to say, Senator, is that your opinion?
That is my opinion,
question?
yes.
All right.
Would I just be able to finish on one question?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr McCarthy, you also raised that issue of childcare and visas, which is really interesting. I've never had that raised before, but it makes sense that young people who want to go to a regional area to be, you know, a home tutor or a childcare centre worker, I think that is worthy of a recommendation, or at least some investigation. I also want to ask you, ICPA has been talking about extension of the childcare funding that's available for people who live in bigger communities and towns, how that could be available to people who live in smaller remote communities, or even, you know, on a station or a mustering camp or a mining camp. Do you have any thoughts on that funding extension?
Oh, look, Senator, any funding incentives that could help people employ those people and give them, at the moment, there's not a great deal of funding there, and that's drawing on their own resources then. And the wage incentives are always a good thing to get people to come to those areas. And just harking back to the overseas visas ones, we tend to look at those people who come over as just backpackers holidaying and all that. They are highly skilled individuals, a lot of them, in a variety of areas that we just don't tap into while they're here. When they come for their visas, they are very restrictive on where and how they can work. And if we can broaden those out, like the childcare, is a great way to relieve those areas where the stress on workforce is. So any incentive that ICPA could, you know, the funding areas would be very welcome.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Shane, and then
I've just got one. I sort of got distracted. We got distracted on the childcare. I've got in my electorate, according to ABS data, it's 5.5% First Nations population, which is much higher. But in Northern Australia, according to the ABS data, 16.5%. And the First Nations population in the north is younger and growing faster. So that's a challenge and an opportunity. When I go to Cambu Amaroo childcare centre in my electorate, which is run by Cambu Health Service, and when I've gone to a lot of childcare centres in my electorate, I see lots of young women in particular, some young men in there. Have you got any practical recommendations? I know we have fee-free TAFE that goes for diplomas and Certificate 3 in childcare, and we've got over 400,000 people have taken it up. But this is a specific Northern Australia issue in particular, that you've got such a large number of young people in the north who have got such an opportunity to provide childcare services and such a greater need proportionally than the rest. Have you got any recommendations for you about childcare and how we can assist in that area? Because that would help you enormously in the agricultural sector.
I'm happy to kick off, and I'm sure, Shane, you'll come in. I think we need to be far more flexible in the business models that we're prepared to support. If I could give you one example, and I won't mention names or anything, and I'm not looking to promote this. My daughter works for a startup that flies out of Bankstown Airport. She's a speech pathologist, and they fly to regional New South Wales, and they do consultations in regional New South Wales, and they fly home overnight. There is opportunities, in my view, to think about those sorts of business models to provide highly skilled workforces that don't necessarily need to live but can provide the services that may or may not be required in some of those communities. That's one model. There are a range of other models that I'm sure you could look at, and I'm sure smart business people will come up with. But we, I think, a little hamstrung at times, again, by the prism we look at these things through, where there's sort of family daycare, and all our children, when we were farming in the mid-north South Australia, went through family daycare. Fantastic system. One system. There's then obviously daycare facilities, which are more common probably in larger regional communities and also in the city. And then there are a range of other ways that people manage childcare responsibilities. But as you point out, with a young, growing population, whether that's Indigenous or non-Indigenous is immaterial. We need to be, I think, more flexible in the business models that attract government support, if that's one of the mechanisms you want, to establish that level of service. Now, while it doesn't address they're not living in the community, at least addresses one of the issues for those living in the community, which is service provision in the childcare or other professions area.
One of the things that seems in the northern parts of Australia, councils, particularly in Queensland, how it's so decentralised, councils make up a huge amount of employment opportunities, councils. One of the options I've often thought about is the idea of engagement, business engagement, particularly in the agricultural sector, and getting big regional councils to think about, as one of the models that they can undertake, is childcare services. I know councils in the past have done everything from aged care services to a whole bunch of others. If you want to attract young people to come to the north, what about these big regional councils thinking about the idea of opportunities with childcare being an incentive to promote business in the north? Have you thought about that?
Again, I haven't given it any particular thought other than my earlier comments about I think we need to be flexible in the business models that we would support. And clearly, because local government is close to the communities that it serves, it would be part of the mix. It would you'd be mad not to make it part of the mix, to be honest. Yeah. So
I think it's an opportunity. I think that's a recommendation we could think of. These big regional councils like Townsville and Cairns, they have got great opportunities.
Can I just add in there that so a lot of those big regional councils are still a long way away from where these communities are and these centres are. So to get people to leave those communities to go and do the training is a problem.
Start with them, Shane. That's what I'm saying. Start with them and think about other smaller areas.
One other thing I will add is that local government is stretched to the limit now. So that would have to come in a form of funding for those local governments to be able to, even the larger regional councils, to do that.
Yeah, okay. I think there's an opportunity.
All right.
Yeah,
Can I just want to, before we finish off, firstly for Cattle Australia, thank you for your submission. I noticed that there's, Marion Scrimgeour, Chair, sorry, you say the beef industry in the Northern Territory, 10.7% in the Northern Territory and 15% in northwest Western Australia. The beef industry directly employing 10,000 people. Out of the 250 Indigenous people that have been trained or come through that program in the Northern Territory, how many of those Indigenous people have either gone back and been employed by the pastoral industry back on those stations? Are you able to...
No, I'm not, but I can easily provide you with that answer on notice. Absolutely, yep, no problem at all.
Because that'll be good in terms of looking at workforce and what do we need to do. In terms of AgForce, in your submission you called for a review of restrictions on Indigenous land tenure and water reserves to enable economic opportunities. Are you able to provide more information in terms of what are some of the impediments to that, and is this just specific to Queensland? If this is across Northern Australia, if you could provide some specific, what those impediments are and what you think some of the, recommendations or what could be some solutions to some of these issues going forward. And if you don't have to answer now, but if you could take that on notice.
Chair, I could definitely do that for you. Just offhand quickly, so a lot of the tenure in those communities comes back to the freehold part of it, the requirements of what the banks are and want, and the water issues it's probably a lot of education and or funds for those Indigenous communities to actually access and build something with that water, to hold the water. But definitely I will get back with you more information for you.
Thank you. That would be good. I think, look, thank you both for your evidence today. The committee has set Friday the 19th of July 2024 as due dates for answers taken on notice. And thank you, Dr Parker, and also Mr McCarthy. I'll work with the Secretariat just to outline both of those questions taken on notice, and if you're able to provide that information, that'd be really good. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity.
Chair, thank you.
So I welcome representatives from the Northern Territory Farmers Federation via video conference. I understand that the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can you please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Simon Smith. I'm the Chair of NT Farmers.
Greg Trouton, I'm the CEO of NT Farmers.
Thank you. I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will ask questions. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. NT Farmers is a not-for-profit industry body which represents all plant-based industries in the Northern Territory. So that's members include table grape growers in Central Australia through to mango growers in the top end and a spread in between. We represent about 20 different commodity groups across the Northern Territory, from small farms to large corporates. We've been around for about 15 years. We're the amalgam of two organisations up here, NT Horticulture and NT Agriculture. So we represent both broadacre and horticultural crops. So we also include cotton under our umbrella, as well as things like the vegetable growers and others. Total farm gate value is approximately $400 million annually.
Thank you. I will now invite committee members, and I'll Deputy Chair Warren Inch.
Great to have you here. I was just going through your submission here. There's a couple of questions. First of all, previous witnesses raised the issue in relation to workers' accommodation and the challenges there. I would assume that you've raised that as one of your points there in relation to accelerated depreciation, etc. And so I would assume that's talking about on-farm accommodation primarily, is it? For
that's correct.
Yeah. Would you want to expand on that a little bit, because it seems to be a theme that's starting to develop there in relation to accommodation challenges as a challenge in bringing in workers?
Yes, it certainly is. The primary issue is it's hard enough to find the workforce. It's even harder to suitably accommodate them on farm and have them ready and available in comfortable quarters. Some of them are quite rough and ready. They obviously all meet a minimum required standard, but the feedback that we get from our farming community is it could always be better, and there doesn't seem to be too much of an incentive to improve that accommodation for the worker. And so anything that can be done there will obviously aid and abet the attraction and the ongoing retention moving forward. So any of those abilities to encourage that sort of investment in better accommodation will obviously flow through to the longer term.
Okay. I noticed in your submission here there was a lot of focus in relation to bringing or migrant workers, Timor-Leste, visa, harvest work visas, etc., for migration, and so there's quite a focus there. Obviously, the foreign workers play a significant role in the industry. But one of the things focuses that we have as a committee on this is how do we engage more Indigenous participation within our workforce. And I was just curious to see whether or not there's any move or any consideration or any ideas on you can offer to actually get more engagement from within the Indigenous population. Given, Northern Territory has a very significant Indigenous population, and I was just wondering if you have any ideas on how you could see us putting in recommendation that would assist in getting more Indigenous participation within your workforce.
Certainly, and a very important question. So NT Farmers is engaged actively with the Northern and Central Land Councils and the Tiwi Land Council for many years, particularly around exactly that. At the moment, we've got a proposal to employ 2 project officers to work very closely with our members on facilitating Indigenous engagement on farm and potential employment opportunities. One of the key areas we see, and it's something we've spoken of for many years, is the opportunity for, if you like, the caring for country role to be expanded out. Members there may be aware of the large water licence in Central Australia at Singleton Station, which has been in dispute for some time. We've certainly engaged with the Central Land Council around where are the Indigenous employment opportunities there, and that may well be around some of that, using ranger groups, but also some of the assistance with environmental monitoring and things like that. There's an opportunity for them to participate in harvesting and other work as well, but we often see that there's a preference for Indigenous engagement in around looking after country or educational opportunities. We very much support the centre farm model. If you're aware of that at Ali Karung, one of our board members is instrumental in that, and that's bringing Indigenous people through and understanding what farming looks like and how they might be engaged. And I think it's an awareness thing as much as anything. And for us, if we can employ a couple of officers to engage directly with community and with the land councils to understand what those opportunities are, both for investment by Indigenous groups, but also for providing, if you like, a work-ready workforce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Luke.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to pick up on the Timor-Leste partnership program. There's been palm workers coming over to Timor for some time. Just for the benefit of the committee, can you just give us a bit of an idea about how long that's been happening, in what roles they've been working, and how this partnership program would enhance that?
Thanks for the question, Luke. I might start off and Greg might fill in the detail. I'm going to perhaps start for the second part. I've just returned from another trip to Timor-Leste. Members might be aware that that's the pilot and the push from NT Farmers has been there for many, many years. There's approximately 600 Timor-Leste workers over a 12-month period employed in the Northern Territory. They form a very large proportion of that palm scheme workforce here. The pilot that we've been seeking assistance or a opportunity to explore with is more in terms of if you like, a short-term workforce. As members of the committee may be aware, or we will make you aware, is that the Northern Territory, while it has a $400 million farm gate value, it's the seasonality of our work up here is very short. So the mango industry, which is the largest of our horticultural industries and requires the largest workforce, has a period of picking of, it might range to 12 or 14 weeks between about 3 regions. Most farms, the period of time of picking and a little bit of preliminary work and post-harvest work might amount to 6 to 8 weeks. Where we see the greatest opportunity going forward with that relationship with Timor-Leste is, if you like, a skilled, acclimatised and returning workforce. So where we see the opportunity there to have develop retain that workforce year on year. There's a large, as you'd be well aware, there's a huge level of unemployment in Timor-Leste, and from the Prime Minister down, they're very keen to engage with the Northern Territory, even if it's over a short term. We've shown that in an 8-week period of workers being in the Northern Territory, they can take home $2,000 US to Timor-Leste, covering all their costs, including airfares. That amounts to an annual, about 1.5 years of annual income if you can get a job in Timor-Leste. So we see benefits both sides. Unfortunately, the Territory doesn't have ongoing work 12 months a year, which palm scheme workers might access 9-12 months work working down the eastern seaboard. The Territory is a very bespoke situation, and we feel we need a very bespoke solution to that workforce. We also see the proximity of Timor-Leste to Darwin with a 1-hour flight, with a large diaspora in Darwin and a long-term relationship as being something we should absolutely be building on, and also providing our farmers with a solution to a labour crisis that is becoming more and more drastic year on year.
Thank you.
Has that answered all your questions there, or sorry if I missed something?
No, indeed. Thanks, Simon. Did you want to add anything, Brett?
Yeah. Look, one of the most important things that I've come to appreciate in the short term, it's not only getting those workers here, but making sure that they enjoy hard work. But coming back to the honourable member's question before about accommodation, we've got to make sure that when they are here, that we look after them very well. And we've just had a pastoral care worker do some work with us, and the results were quite good in terms of 95 to 96% of those Timor-Leste workers would say that they would return. But what actually staggered me was some of them have been coming back 3 or 4 years, and they literally hop off the plane, head off to the farm, do their hard work on the farm, come back, spend a day at Casuarina and on a plane back. and none of them had even left the farm gate over that period of time. So, we all want to make sure that we work to live and not live to work. So we're trying to get that balance as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew from Dawson. Has the NT Farmers done any work with like Bowen Gumlu Growers Association and potentially like Bundaberg Growers Association? And my point here is, I know your model is get people in from Timor-Leste, do this season, then go back, but we actually have a shortage across the board, and given the fact the seasonality of nature, season nature of the business, we could potentially start harvest in Bundaberg, move through into Bowen, come and do the mangoes in the NT, and then move around and keep them here for 1 or 2 years. Have you had a look at something like that?
So thanks for that question. Certainly the improved employers that work in the Territory do something like that. We haven't had direct communication with other grower groups that you mentioned in Bundaberg and so forth, but we know that those who provide the workforce up here often use exactly that model, where they're bringing people either from here and taking them across or vice versa. The one challenge we see with that is that what you're asking these workers to do, and it's a great model for many of them, they're getting ongoing employment, but it's very different picking sweet potatoes from mangoes or melons or whatever. It's also quite different climatically, and there's a large cohort of workers in Timor-Leste who don't necessarily want to come out and work 1 or 2 years. And one of the big issues that I'm sure the committee is aware of is absconding and problems with workers who are over here for long periods of time. One of the simplicity of our model, coming for short periods, and one of the great attractions that the Consul in Darwin, and as I've said, up to the Prime Minister in Timor-Leste, is that there's an ability to be home reasonably regularly. There's less chance. I think in the last 12 months since we've had our pastoral care worker, there's only been one abscondee in the Northern Territory, and I suspect that's almost a world record. So what we see is there's a benefit there, but the biggest benefit of all is what we want is to upskill these workers, both to give back in their own country, but so they come back to our farms year on year rather than going to a new farm every month or every few months. Every farm is different, but every farm can do with someone who knows the conditions, has picked mangoes for a number of years. So that upskilling and that retention is a really key part that our growers keep telling us time and time again. Some of our growers have workers who've been back to their farm for 7 years, so that they then are able to, they know the conditions, they know the people. Often they'll act as interpreters for the other workers who are on the farm. And it's an enormously important thing. I think all of you in your day-to-day jobs, if you had a different assistant coming in every few weeks to assist in your office to do an important role, it'd be frustrating. Farmers see the world the same way. They would love to keep skilling these people up, paying them more commensurate with their skills, but also allowing them to take skills back to Timor-Leste, which help develop that country as well.
Okay, so what's the number one message you want us to take away? How can we help?
The greatest help you can do is to assist us getting that pilot program up for a short-term visa, whatever that looks like and however it can be achieved, because the Territory will remain, will flounder and continue at the moment, and I say this openly, our horticultural industries are going backwards because of this challenge of workforce. Something you highlighted before, the ability to work for 6 to 9 months or greater anywhere else. Workers keep getting sucked away from the Territory, whether they be palm scheme workers, backpackers, or just skilled workers, because we can't provide that long-term work, and we're not likely to, because the Territory, particularly the top end, has such a seasonal climate. So we desperately need that assistance. We want to work closely with Timor-Leste. They understand the program. As I said, right across government and their agencies, they're very supportive of it. We just need to find a way through. We've written letters to the five ministers involved. For 2 years now, we've been trying to get this across the line. So if there's any chance that this committee could assist with something, that would be our number one wish, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Very good. Do you want to, Mr Wilcox, with that, if Mr Smith could, I mean, unless we're able to extrapolate from that evidence, whether we could, so your question on whether you wanted to expand that as a question on notice, or you think that that's sufficient information that's come?
Well, the two things like I was looking at is if we brought the people over, and I listened to your evidence, was to get them and give them longer term employment, but I think you said that in previous evidence that you don't think that they necessarily want that. They just want to do the season then go back. Is that what I heard?
Yes, I'm not saying all workers want that. I'm saying there's a cohort of available workers over there that suits them.
Okay. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you. I'm interested that I had thought I'd come up with this brilliant idea this morning to have an accelerated tax depreciation for accommodation on farm, and realise that I must have read it in your submission. So apologies for stealing your homework. I wonder if you would speak to that. You would have heard the evidence earlier this morning about accommodation right across Northern Australia, and how do we facilitate the upgrade of accommodation? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And apologies, I actually missed this morning's session. So I've got a shortage of workers on my farm. I had to go and get on the tractor myself. But what I would say is I think one of the critical issues, and whether you came to that idea yourself or through our submission, it is something that the committee needs to be well aware of, that we've got most of our farmers up here are struggling. They're battling, I think, post-COVID, whether it's supermarket issues or other things, cost of inputs, cost of doing business in the Territory, as it is in most remote regional areas, is very high. So wherever government can assist to incentivise, but also I think that the critical thing is there, the farmers are willing and keen to invest, but if there's some assistance, we make our members well aware of the benefits. It's that sort of old adage, if you like, beatings will continue until morale improves. Now, I'm not suggesting we beat our farm workers, but what I'm suggesting is that the better your accommodation, the better our pastoral care efforts that we provide, ensuring that there's connectivity for workers to speak to people at home, those sorts of things. We make our members well aware that that's we want world's best practice. We want this to be a destination of choice. At the moment, we're struggling against some of those other areas, and great accommodation, long-term investment there, I think, would be hugely beneficial to helping with that equation.
You also were talking about the visas and specifically for the north and seasonal work. You had a recommendation to talk about the ag visa or a harvest work visa. Have the changes to hours that was put through the other day there was a concept they did want to move to 30 hours a week, which obviously wasn't going to work, but the 120 over 3 weeks, is it, or 4 weeks?
4 weeks.
Has that helped, or we still need to go back to something that's a bit more agriculturally suitable?
Look, obviously there's two parts to that. First one with the 40 hours, the 120 hours over 4 weeks, that's been extremely well received, I have to say. Our growers were beside themselves with concern over the 30 hours every week. Again, you're picking crops you don't know what the market conditions are, you don't know what the weather conditions are. So that was great that was changed and dropped. Beyond that, there's still great concern of, the bureaucracy, if you like, involved in the PALM scheme, and the amount of hours that need to be put into the admin behind it. We have a board member who, in his day job, runs an approved employer agency. He was talking in terms of a 40% reduction this year in the bookings for workforce in the Northern Territory. Now that's, you reduce anything else by 40%, that's a calamitous situation, and that's exactly what we were looking at, because it had become so unpalatable for our growers. They're just throwing up their hands and saying, we normally take 40, we're going to commit to 20 because we need a basic workforce, but we're picking up grey nomads, backpackers, whoever we can, because it's just unworkable. So that gives you a feeling of how grave it was. I don't know whether it's changed much since the announcement of the 120 hours, but certainly that will mean some extra workers are taken on in the Territory.
And the Ag Move scheme, I don't know that I've seen any data on that. Do you have data that supports the this concept of reimbursement of workers relocating for seasonal work?
Look, we're just looking at each other and shaking our heads. We don't specifically have that data.
No, that's
and
all right.
My understanding is there's been little uptake in the Territory.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Look, thank you both for your evidence today. The committee has set the 19th of July 2024 as due dates for any answers that you've taken on notice. Thank you both for appearing.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Yep. Is this the Wolga?
Hey. Oh, don't worry, it's not just blokes.
And then we did about the farm scheme for crying out loud. They actually put in the farm scheme. Yeah, but they these guys wanted to bring the work to us.
I welcome, are we right? Yep. I welcome representatives from the Western Australia Local Government Association. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can you please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Karen Chappell. I am here as the President of the West Australian Local Government Association.
My name is Nicole Matthews. I'm here as the Executive Manager of Policy at the Western Australian Local Government Association.
Thank you. I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will ask questions. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia for the opportunity to present to this hearing. WELGA is an independent, member-based, not-for-profit organisation representing and supporting the West Australian local government sector. Our membership includes all 139 local governments in the state, 109 of which are located outside the metropolitan area. WELGA is also a registered training organisation providing training to elected members and local government officers across Western Australia. Our members in Northern Australia include the Shires of Broome, Shire of Derby, West Kimberley, Shire of Halls Creek in the Kimberley and the City of Karratha, Shire of Ashburton, Shire of East Pilbara and the town of Port Hedland in the Pilbara. The role of local government in supporting our communities is invaluable. Collectively, they manage an asset base totalling $49.4 billion, which includes 127,000 kilometres of roads managed by West Australian local governments. Annually, WA local governments invest over $1 billion to maintain, renew, upgrade and expand this road network. Beyond roads, local governments also deliver a range of services to the community. Some examples include infrastructure and property services such as bridges, footpaths and waste collections, recreation facilities such as parks, sport fields and swimming pools, health services such as food inspection and noise control, planning and development approvals, water and drainage services, and cultural facilities such as libraries and art galleries. Local governments are also significant employers in Western Australia, with 22,600 full-time employees across the state. In many regional communities, local governments are a major employer in their local area. Like other sectors of the WA economy, local governments face acute workforce challenges. Research undertaken by SGS Economics and Planning for the Australian Local Government Association found in 2021-22, 90% of WA local governments reported skill shortages, a significant increase from 47% in 2018. Regional local governments were most affected by difficulties attracting and retaining workers. These areas are reporting a high rate of turnover of chief executive officers, difficulty attracting and retaining staff, and a lack of capability and capacity to deliver all functions and services. Filling roles in regional and remote areas is challenging to the lack of suitably skilled candidates, inability to compete with salary and conditions offered by the private sector and other local governments. Addressing these workforce shortages is crucial to ensure local governments can continue to effectively serve their community. This is important not just for the north of WA, but for regional areas across the state which experience similar challenges. Labour shortages are a perpetual issue for WA. There is no simple solution. All levels of government have a role to play in developing a comprehensive strategy to ensure the workforce and skills are available to ensure thriving regional communities and economies. An important part of any strategy to address workforce challenges in regional WA will be to enhance the livability of the regions, making them attractive destinations for both local and international workers. This will require a focus on addressing the relatively higher cost of living and the lack of access to essential services and infrastructure such as healthcare, telecommunications and housing compared to the metropolitan area. Governments at all levels must work together to ensure that regional communities are well supported and have access to the same opportunities and services as metropolitan areas. Given that many regional areas do not have a sufficient local workforce to meet demand, an important opportunity to develop the population of these areas and meet local labour needs is also to attract skilled migrants to reside in the area. There is a need for flexible, locally led migration strategies that cater to the specific needs of different regions. These strategies should aim to attract skilled migrants who can fill critical gaps in the workforce, supporting local economies. Programs such as designated area migration agreements have been welcomed by our members as a step towards addressing the unique labour market requirements of regional areas. A focus on skills and training will also be an important part of building our regional workforce. Education, training and professional development targeted at key skills in demand. Local government has community infrastructure, hard and soft, that can be leveraged to engage Indigenous communities and develop cultural understanding and employment pathways. However, councils do not always have the resources or cultural capability to undertake the role effectively. The targeting of federal employment engagement programs in partnership with local government could unlock this potential. Local governments are committed to working collaboratively with the Commonwealth and state governments to develop proactive, positive solutions to the workforce challenges faced by the sector. Thank you once again for the opportunity to present today. I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to Andrew.
Thank you and welcome. Financial assistance grants.
Yes.
Have you been lobbying hard to get that increase? Because I think it's dropped now to below 0.5% of what
we
it was.
are members of the Australian Local Government Association. The Australian Local Government Association has, their advocacy has been around looking to have that increase to 1%. We also focus very strongly on just the availability of untied grants and programs very similar to the LRCIP, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program that was in place. There that we continually focus on just local governments having the capability to function appropriately, and they need that and to build infrastructure, and it is about untied funding, and in what form that comes, we welcome any form, whether it be financial assistance grants or programs.
So the LRCI program's been removed though, hasn't it?
The LRCIP is finishing, the last round is in place now, and that program no longer will go forward.
Okay. So what do you feel the best way that the federal government could help the local governments to achieve better outcomes for all the residents up there, and to create more employment and also to retain the retention as well?
To work in partnership with them as to the individual needs of each community. Each local government will have its individual challenges, whether it be, everybody has a housing issue, but the training opportunities are what is critical for the local employment to take place. So local governments have a workforce that goes from, your front counter to your grader driver to, it's a very broad spectrum of employees, but they all need training. So I think it's supporting it, having that training available to then offer employment to the locals.
And I noted in your submission that the local governments in that particular area are struggling to attract workforce, and is there something that, what do you think is the main thing that could be done to help you with that?
It's livable communities and housing, and the cost of housing, relief to cost of housing, and having a livable community where people wish to move there and stay there. It's quite often about retaining workforce, if not only recruiting, it's retaining as well. But it's also, we've got to be able to offer employment to the people that are living there as well. There's a balance between bringing people in and offering them incentives, and offering the similar incentives to the people that are living there as well, because you end up with the person who's being incentivised to move there earning more than the person that's actually made the decision to stay there. So I think we have to balance the value of the people that actually live there as well.
Just trying to work out a model that, given the fact that local government is the closest level of government to the people, so they live in the communities, they understand the communities, just trying to work out, and I get different local government, different LGAs have different requirements. I'm just trying to, like in the federal government, no matter who's in power, we use a mallet, not a scalpel. So we need to, what sort of program do you think though could help across the board?
Well, of course, financial assistance grants being increased to 1% will, of course, give a local government more funds to work more programs, more partnerships with employment agencies. I think it goes back to health as well. If the federal government could assist, because local governments have also picked up and they've taken responsibility for many of the doctors in those areas and the provision of medical services. So that's an area that the federal government could assist in, ensuring that subsidy by local governments is picked up by the federal government rather than a local government. So that's a service that would then allow local governments to use those funds for something else for the community. It's about, because local governments provide, not only do we provide all the community infrastructure to make it livable communities, but also in many of those communities or many of those local governments, they're actually providing most of the workforce as well, and to provide, and I come from, not Northern Australia, but I come from a small, rural, remote town, and you provide the housing. The local government also provides the housing for their employees. So it's not just employees, and to be able to do that, they have to have the financial capacity. So once again, very reliant on financial assistance grants and any other programs that allow them to have that flexibility of funds.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Shane.
In each country, in rural areas, you are one of the biggest employers. To attract young people there and attract workers, what do you think of the concept of the federal government providing financial assistance grants, an increase in that, to provide childcare facilities and council-run childcare facilities to assist and work with local businesses?
It's critical. Childcare is a critical service for any local government and any community. You cannot attract, a community cannot attract police, you cannot attract health, allied or health services, teachers, your childcare, because you need, generally you're bringing in professionals that have young family to start out their lives, so they move to rural and remote Australia as their it's a stepping stone. A lot of our local governments are your stepping stones, so you go there, but without that childcare, you just cannot attract families, and that's what you need. You need to be able to. Everybody needs to work. There's no the situation where one member of the family staying home looking after children, that ended. So childcare is an absolute critical part of the livability of any of our communities, and if the federal government could assist in funding and supporting, it's not just the infrastructure, it's the ongoing support of those childcare centres.
So you'd have things like payroll and administration and all that sort of stuff. So, getting a local community organisation, a local not-for-profit, setting up a childcare in a rural and regional and remote area is very hard, and getting financial incentives for a for-profit organisation to do it. But you would be in a perfect position in some of these big regional and shire councils to actually run these facilities, to work with local chambers of commerce and agribusinesses to actually run these things.
Many local governments do currently run childcares or have responsibility. They already do, and they are out there. But it is a cost to the local government. But it's on from a perspective of communities. If you were to ask them to prioritise what they actually want, generally they want a doctor first. Yeah. And then it'll be education.
But they're in these small little places. They're not in the big.
No, they're small.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're not. It's haphazard and not a government program or anything like that.
I mean, these childcare centres may only have 10 children in them. We're not talking about massive services. No. But it's not the childcares, the early childhood education centres now, and it's also about it's not only about offering employment for the parents, it's about bringing those children in those remote areas to be prepared for school, to have the opportunity at the ages of 3 to have skills and be prepared. They're much more than just a babysitting service. They honestly are an education service at a very young age, childcare nowadays.
What if we did something like, what if we made a recommendation like, we'll do a pilot program that allows, provides financial assistance grants through the FAG funding or a separate program. We have to get around the constitutional issues, that runs one in Broome, a pilot program in Broome, one in Tennant Creek and one in Townsville. Something like that in the north, across the 3 states and territories. And, how would you feel about something like that?
We would welcome any pilot program, but I think what you've just referenced 3 reasonably sized towns.
I know, because
I would suggest
deliberately
do a pilot.
Deliberately,
you'd need to also do a pilot on a small community, because I think you'll find that the benefit in a small community will probably outweigh the larger one.
Yep. Okay. Finally, you've published a number of papers, etc., and things that talk about increased parliamentary and political representation for regional and rural and remote areas. I'm just interested. I come from Queensland, and our regional councils are very big. They do a lot of stuff. The mayors are often full-time. The councillors are often full-time. Sometimes it's hard to attract people from council, like where Andrew comes from, a regional, the mayor up that way in the north. But sometimes it's hard because they've got full-time jobs in council and they have individual divisions. What about in Western Australia? What's the system there?
Rural and remote WA, the mayors and presidents generally have another role in the workforce. It's not a full-time position. It might be a lot of work, but it's not a full-time position. I mean, it's metropolitan, totally different, but in the regional. I mean,
when you say metropolitan,
I mean the city.
Perth.
Perth, yeah.
But not in Broome.
Oh no, the president of the Shire of Broome, Councillor Mitchell, he's not in the workforce anymore, but he's a nature lover and he's always out at the wildlife park. So everybody does something else in their lives. It's difficult because some of these local governments are only a few hundred people. I mean, it's not a full-time role.
Yeah.
But it's still critical that community that's looking after those people functions appropriately and makes their community livable. It's about making a choice to live outside of a metropolitan area. You are still deserved of quality service.
Yep, and political representation. Finally, you actually specifically asked for increased parliamentary representation. We haven't had an increase in the House of Representatives since 1984 in Australia. Hawke was the Prime Minister last, and we've had a lot of Prime Ministers since Bob Hawke. What about the concept of increasing the number of people in the House of Representatives? That would satiate, to some extent, your recommendations in your policy submissions. What do you think about that idea? The cities would still get the largest number of people, but you would have more people, say, from Western Australia, for sure, in the federal parliament, if you, say, increased it by 25 or 50.
Well, to be certain to make comment on that, I'd have to be sure that there was going to be an increase in the representation, like in the seat of Durack.
Yep.
And with being a population-based methodology, I'm not certain that out of those 25 that you have suggested that there would be a great deal of increase in the seat of Durack. That's
what I was thinking of, you see,
so,
because in Queensland you've got your big regional seats, but there's big population centres.
Yes.
Whereas in WA, you've got 16 at the next federal election, but it makes it hard for particularly in Durack and other big areas in the west. So I'm just interested in that
Durack
issue.
and Lingiara, probably.
Exactly. It's the same thing in Lingiara. Yeah, I'll finish on that note. You would support that idea.
Senator McDonald.
Mr Wilcox just had one more follow-up question, please, Chair.
So can you just say, what would it mean for the communities that you represent if FAGs were restored to 1% of taxation?
Financial assistance grants being restored to 1% and the other programs like Roads to Recovery staying as they are and not being included, and I'll clarify that, would be marvellous. It would be absolutely unbelievable if that was the case. It would be double. It would just about double the funding, the untied funding that those local governments would have to then function and deliver the services that are required by their communities. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just further to the financial assistance grants, it is my observation is that with more untied funds or grants, you have to go cap in hand, you have to hire a grants writer, you have to, compete with bigger centres. How do you, this is the solution, isn't it? It's to go back to untied grants that the council can then chart its own destiny rather than be reliant on competing with everybody else in the pool.
The untied grants are so valuable in that fact that the community makes a decision about what works for them, and it's not a competitive environment for them, because the small local governments simply cannot stand up against the large ones when it comes to a competitive grant round. And then the other thing that small local governments cannot do is afford a grant writer generally, whereas the untied grants like the LRCIP, which I returned to, that offered the opportunity for local governments to choose out of each grant round maybe 4 or 5 small projects that might even just be the kitchen at the local caravan park, or it could be the re-roofing of something that has been outside the capacity of their budget year in, year out. And it's like, to be fair, the LRCIP was to some degree a bit like winning lotto, because it gave small local governments and the larger ones the opportunity to visit projects that had appeared out of reach for a long time. It's been the most amazing program for local government.
And things like, in Western Queensland, it's my observation that a lot of the work on sewerage, water supply, those very functional parts that Queensland local governments provide, and I'll ask you in a second about Western Australian, but they're kind of done post-World War II as developing the state and the country, which of course means that it's all now reached end of life. How are councils in Western Australia dealing with those infrastructure issues that are, if you've only got 300 or 500 ratepayers, how would you possibly do that?
It is quite a task for local governments, and they either they take out a 20-year loan to do it. But you're dead right. There are those infrastructure, the sewerage infrastructure, and is a real challenge these days. And the housing as well. Many houses are now not necessarily they haven't because of the lack of funding. The maintenance probably hasn't been at the level it should have been. So that exacerbates the housing issue because the standard of the housing isn't what is expected. But the on-ground infrastructure, it is a challenge. But most of our local governments, the biggest issue, of course, is road transport infrastructure because of the size of our state, and particularly in Northern Australia, the transport infrastructure is a critical necessity for the economies of those communities. We saw what happened with the floods and with the Fitzroy River Bridge, being smashed, the impact that had on those communities, that's a critical part of it.
We talked earlier about road infrastructure for important industry, whether it be agriculture or mining, and we were discussing how we would prioritise, what advice you would give on prioritising additional funding for critical supply routes. Particularly, I guess, where they may not fall within the local government organisation. The source of the rates might be outside of, a long way away, outside of their council area. Do you have any recommendations on, or is the Local Government Association of Western Australia providing a priority list of road networks?
We have, in actual fact, the West Australian Local Government, in partnership with the RAC, has just developed a business case, and it has gone through. Our Transport Minister has supported it to go through to Infrastructure Australia, and it's a program that is for 8,032 kilometres of high-speed roads to have audible edges, and the audible lines and the edges done. And we've got proof. There was a state government program where the same work was done on state roads, and we have got evidence that the traffic accidents and the deaths have reduced. So this program, this business case, which is currently in consideration here at the Commonwealth, is for over 5 years, or 4 years for $500 million. And it's the first time that two lead bodies like the RAC and WELGA have worked together to come up, and these roads are identified. Of the 8,032 kilometres of roads have been identified and prioritised as to what, and they're local government roads, not state roads, and the main roads, which is also they've been a great deal a part of this. That's our state body to work together to make sure that our roads are safe. We also in Western Australia we have a state road funds to local government agreement where the state government works with local governments, and we have regional road groups where there's a partnership between Main Roads and the local governments to deliver on our local projects on our local roads. So we have a very, very good system around identifying priority funding for roads. It's just you could always look for more, but we're looking for every program we can.
That's terrific, and that's being assessed by the Commonwealth.
At the moment, it is. We're hopeful that it will be supported. Infrastructure Australia actually has the business case at the moment, and we have presented it to Minister King.
Yeah. All right, that's terrific, because I was horrified last year to see the AAA data breakdown of fatalities and serious injuries on roads, and Northern Australia came out very, very badly in that you are more likely to die or more likely to have a permanent injury on a road in Northern Australia, and I thought that was absolutely shocking. And whether it's, you know, our young people or our workforce that we're trying to attract to the regions, or just people going about their day-to-day business. So I think that is, you know, something that I reflect on a lot about, and we all know the stories locally of the impact of roads. Chair,
finished, Senator?
I have more if there's more time, Chair. If you came back to me, but if you don't, then
how many?
Well, we could talk all day, of course, can't we?
Yeah, I know you
no,
could.
Please share the call and come back to me.
No, it's an important area. I agree with you.
Yes.
But if you've got a couple of more questions, I'll leave that with you for a minute, and then I'll go to the member for Solomon, who's got.
Oh, thank you, Chair. If we could turn to your point on the NBN delivery to regional Western Australia. We've been talking a lot about housing, you raised it again, roads, but access to data is now it's an essential service, isn't it? So could you speak to that issue of co-location of infrastructure and what other recommendations you would have in that regard?
From an NBN perspective, of course, the need for telecommunications and data, access to data, is critical to local government. It's also critical to our communities, because once again, it go back to the livability of the community and the access to education. That it is critical. But I think the low Earth orbit solutions that are coming forward are probably the solutions that will be the most appropriate for those remote and rural areas, because the infrastructure is limited and it's ageing, and it's costly, I guess, to the government as well. But I will hand also to Nicole from Wellga. Nicole's across this side of it.
True.
I guess I would add to that. We're in an interesting and difficult stage in transition from traditional technologies through to the low orbiting satellite, and a particular concern that's being expressed by our members is around equity of access as we move into new technology. So what we know in rural and remote areas is there's not only an access issue, but there's also an equity issue in terms of being able to afford access. And this goes right across the spectrum of the community, but it's completely crucial in terms of providing the environment that enables business to flourish, and for those that want to and are exploring opportunities in Northern Australia to be able to exploit those opportunities. If you don't have good, constant and reliable connection, then that makes doing business very difficult. Likewise, from an education perspective, if we're wanting to keep our young people in Northern Australia, then they need to be able to access that technology to be able to do things from there that may otherwise prompt them to need to move to the cities. And then also from a local government perspective, it's absolutely crucial that in providing services to the community and in an emergency, that there are reliable access to telecommunications.
I don't think we can understate this, can we? Because every government form is now online. Every conference you want to go to, so whether it's as an individual, a business, education, health, that equity of access, and you've made an excellent point about cost as well as just the physical data capacity. I really worry about that, because if you're based in a big local centre, big regional centre, then you are likely to have good access. But in remote places where, big agricultural work's done, big mining work's done, that you can drive for hours and have no connectivity at all. So I think it's a point really well made. The Starlink or the low orbiting satellites. I mean, I was in Richmond last week, and all the Telstra stuff went out, and the businesses couldn't take money. The racecourse couldn't run bets. It was just it was like being wiped off the face of the planet again. And everybody went and got their Starlink devices off their roof and took it down so that the field day could still progress. But you know, it's a reminder of just how reliant we are on data.
Can I respond to that, if you wouldn't mind, though? It's not just the Starlink or the IT. There's a link to energy. There's a link to power, because we're finding that whenever there's a blackout or a lack of, you know, when the power's out for 3 or 4 days, you don't have it. Your Starlink doesn't work. So if you've got a generator, yes, you can keep your Starlink going. So there's that link around affordability, and it's the people that generally who cannot afford the Starlink will not also have a generator either, because you've got to have diesel for your generator. So there's a whole linkage there. It's a breakdown of emergency service equipment, I guess.
And just to put a pin in that last point is that, you know, I was on a station over the last wet season, and the battery went out.
Because we've just got a couple of more questions. So if you've got, is this an opinion or is it a question you're going to?
Well, no, this is a point that I think should be on the record for Northern Australia, is that the battery went out to support the Telstra tower, and so there was no. You know, so we're moving to a new source of power, but that's not very helpful, Mr. Gosling, because it's a real issue for remote places, you know.
Come on, Senator McDonald.
No, I think there's no problem.
Member for Solomon.
No problem, apparently, in the remote places.
No, it's a major issue in rural and remote. Please continue, Senator.
The point I was trying to make is simply that as we try and move to batteries and solar for remote communities, how do we assure them that they won't, particularly in a wet season or particularly at times when contact is even more important, that we are securing that and we're thinking about energy supply. So that was my point. Thank you.
Quickly, Member for Solomon, and then I just wanted to ask a couple of questions.
Thanks very much, councillors, for your evidence. With the early childhood education scenario, how many councils did you say are in Northern Australia, in WA?
In Northern Australia, I said there's 109 outside of the metropolitan. I did not state. I just named. You named
a few, yeah.
About 7 of them, but there are more, of course. I named the bigger ones.
I just wonder if you could take on notice those local governments that are providing early childhood education services, and whether Walga would have a view on whether there would be others that could be a good pilot for...
Certainly.
But just making the point too, there would need to be tied funding with a different committee hat on. We're looking at, in the Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee, looking at the financial sustainability of local government around the country. You'd be glad to know that ALGA gave evidence very strongly yesterday around the priorities for local government in relation to financial assistance grants. But I just wondered if you could, give us the Western Australian, North Australia councils, the ones that provide early childhood education, and if there was any views on locations that may provide a good pilot in order to facilitate more workforce.
Certainly. We'll take that on notice and provide
population growth and workforce
to the committee.
So take that on notice. Thank you. I just wanted to thank you, Ms Chappell, and also Ms Matthews. Do you look after Christmas in Cocos?
Yes.
Okay, so we talk about remote. So it was when you talked about Durack, I hold Lingiari, which looks after Christmas in Cocos. So I fully get what Senator McDonald was saying in terms of access, because remote communication, particularly for the Shire of, Cocos Keeling Islands and also Christmas Island Council, is there been any approaches to Walga in terms of the communication, because there's some huge breakdown issue, in terms of communication and access for both of those councils on those islands.
Ms Matthews?
No, I couldn't speak to that. We haven't, as far as I am aware, had specific approaches, but would be happy to take that on notice and provide information if there has been.
That'd be good, and I can provide some work,
absolutely,
some information. Thank you.
Because they are our members.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, just following on from what the member for Solomon, are you able to give a breakdown, and maybe just if this can be taken on notice, within the Walga area, how many of those councils are in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities?
So the communities that are part of each council, because you.
Yeah. So how many of those communities across in the Walga, I suppose, area, how many of those communities have councils that are members of Walga?
They are all of them. Every single.
So can we get some numbers? Because with that, what we're also interested in matching up with that is how many of those councils have been, I suppose, approached by the federal government for the remote jobs program.
Okay.
And how many of those councils would be able to accommodate, positions in the remote jobs program?
Okay.
If we can
take
get
that on notice.
Thank you.
That to you.
And also, thank you for your submission. It was so. Within that, are there any impediments for any of your members in terms of native title, in terms of development and just growth, economic growth in those communities?
I think that our local governments are work very closely with the DPLH, Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage, to ensure that they work with the body corporates or the native title groups to ensure that projects continue, whether there's so that both or industry can continue, but the landholders are respected in their needs as well. Our local governments work closely with those in that area. Nicole, do you have anything further to?
Just to add, I'm sure the committee is aware in Western Australia we've moved to a new Aboriginal Cultural Heritage piece of legislation that was then rescinded, and we've moved back to the original legislation with amendments. So local governments, they don't want to do anything that's going to damage Aboriginal heritage, and they generally want to work as constructively as possible with their local Aboriginal communities, and they do so. It's a complex space in dealing with cultural heritage as well as native title in some instances, and that can be difficult in terms of trying to progress infrastructure projects, housing projects, and some of the recent feedback that we have had from local governments is also that process, as well as being sometimes protracted, can also be expensive for all parties.
Okay. Are you able to take part of that on notice, just to expand that, just so that helps with some of our deliberations, and any recommendations that you think may be worth putting in that going forward for our submission as to how do we, and what do we need to deal with, because this will cross over to also the committee that the member for Solomon looks after in terms of regional development, and how do we, get local governments to look at some of those impediments and getting that moving forward.
I'm happy to take that on notice. I'm not sure what exactly further we can provide.
So what would I'll work with the Secretariat will provide some of those questions that, as long as you agree to take it on notice, we'll send the questions forward to you.
Sure.
And if there's any confusion with that, or you want further information, the Secretariat will certainly be able to provide that.
Certainly.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look, thank you for your evidence today. The committee has set Friday the 19th of July 2024 as the due date for answers taken on notice. So thank you. The committee will now suspend for morning tea, dead on 11 o'clock, and will return at 11:15. Oh, well, it's just a bit after.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Can we come back a couple of minutes later?
So I'll make it 11:80. Oh, let's make 11:20, given that I wouldn't want to impact on your.
I'm a representative from the Regional Development Australia, Townsville, and North West Queensland via, of course, video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please just give your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today.
Sure. My name's Wade Chiesa, and I'm the CEO of Regional Development Australia for Townsville and North West Queensland.
Thank you. Now, I'd invite you, if you wish, to make a brief opening statement, and then the committee will seek questions from you. Do you want to make an opening statement?
Yeah, I will, if I may.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, and good morning, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity. As I mentioned, with Regional Development Australia for Townsville and North West Queensland, our regional development area comprises the 14 local governments from Townsville and Palm Island in the east, along the corridor to Mount Isa in the west, up to the Gulf of Carpentaria. I'd like to make a couple of comments as they relate to the workforce. After the closure of Queensland Nickel in 2016, our region faced significant unemployment challenges, peaking with double-digit in 2017. However, over the last 7 years, through a fairly concerted effort and investment from both the private and public sector, we now are with some of the lowest unemployment rates in the nation. In March last year, the Queensland Government announced the $5 billion Copper String project, which will connect the North Minerals province to the Flinders Renewable Energy Zone to the national electricity market. But the project is part of a broader multi-billion-dollar project pipeline that is requiring thousands of jobs. The region is now seeing a confluence of government investment in projects, in investments such as defence and health and education, and the private investment that comes off the back of that. Our project pipeline is estimated to be somewhat around $32 billion, and our regional workforce must expand by approximately 25% to accommodate this upcoming demands. The region will need to bring in skilled workforce to meet the demand at a time when there is intense competition for skilled workers right across the country. This growth presents both tremendous opportunities as well as significant challenges. To address these challenges, we need a collaborative, prioritised and aligned approach. Currently, we're looking at developing a regional workforce development plan focusing in 4 key areas that I might share with you that the committee might see some relevance. Our first one is attraction and retention. In this region in particular, we need to attract people, improve our livability and address the housing issues. Targeted migration strategies for people to live in rural and remote areas, coupled with investments and improvements in connectivity, telecommunications and livability infrastructure to ensure people want to not only move to the region but stay there. The next one is career pathways and influence, and it's critical to ensure that our youth are aware of the opportunities and the projects available with integrated support from both schools, training providers and universities. There should be a clear approach to ensuring the region is growing its own, and it's common that making sure our kids know the opportunities that are there in this region. Participation and aim to assist those facing challenges to participate in the workforce, including refugees, migrants, First Nations people. But in North Queensland, we've got to focus on assisting those in defence transitioning from the Defence Force to the civilian workforce. And the last one, boosting regional productivity and a drive to assist our local supply chain business to become more productive, efficient and sustainable through education and support to leverage not only new technologies, including automation, augmentation and artificial intelligence. This opportunity will require us to coordinate, and the RDA is currently in the process of developing our strategic regional plan with a number of goals relating to what I mentioned up above. So in my mind, in closing, a crucial element of our success is federal government coordination at the regional level. From my point of view, a comprehensive, maybe regional plan incorporating all 3 governments, business and industry should be considered for regions that are playing such a strategic and significant role in Australia's future. This will ensure we can deliver on key initiatives and support people moving to the region to enable them to live, learn and earn. I thank the committee for their time and interest and look forward to discussing these points further.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll first of all go to somebody that is actually representing your area, Susan, Senator McDonald. If you'd like to fire off with some questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and good morning, Mr Chiesa. So terrific to have you providing evidence this morning. I wanted to start with the procurement approach that you have talked to in the Northern Australia submission, in the RDA submission. It always surprises me when government uses consultants and contractors who are not from Northern Australia as a priority. But what is it that you were trying to get at in that procurement piece?
Senator, I think a big component of that is ensuring, it goes back to growing our own as well. If we are procuring within the Northern Australia region, there's opportunities for those organisations to grow and employ people in our region. I think that's part of even this regional workforce strategy that we're doing as part of the local RDA, that we want people to live, learn and earn in the region, and ensuring that those contracts are given to people in Northern Australia will assist that.
So you talked about, and I'm referring to submission 52, which was which you were part of. I just want to make sure that I'm not asking you questions that were outside of what you'd put together. So, this point of tenders being administered out of Canberra or capital cities, we've said procurement for local, regional and remote Australia is better undertaken by regionally based staff. And then further on, you've gone on to talk about defence. Certainly in Townsville, as you would know, there is some frustrations with how the defence procurement is carried out. Can you talk specifically to that? I assume it's an issue in Darwin as well.
Yeah, I think, again, yes, I note the submission you're referring to, Senator. I think in and around this region, you can't underestimate local intelligence and the local know-how and the local capability. Further on from that, it's important then where we have major contracts that the time is taken to actually improve the capability in and around this region in particular, and that's going to even be more so prevalent as these major projects start to grow. In particular, Copper String, we don't want those projects to go south, but having that local know-how and the decisions made locally, and I guess that's sort of even what I was saying in my submission about that regional plan. So the federal government coordinating at a regional level, making sure you're getting regional input, and to be honest, that was what the RDA network was set up to do in 2009, and I believe that making sure that those bodies have some more input could be very beneficial.
That's a terrific point. Digital connectivity is something that we've talked about, and equity of access, both for data, for cost of access, and for energy for digital connectivity. There was some talk this morning about the low-orbiting satellites and that technology coming through. What is your advice? There's mention of the mobile black spot program and the identified black spots that need to be filled. But, should we be waiting for new technology, or what's the urgent interim solution?
Very, very good point. I'd love to see an approach where at the moment, and the Northwest Regional Organisation of Councils, along with the West Alliance of Councils, refer to it as a patchwork quilt of connectivity with various organisations like Telstra and Optus putting various different efforts in areas. Is there an opportunity for common user infrastructure where we can improve the connectivity immediately and not have to wait the time? I do note that low orbit satellites and Starlink, I have my own personal concerns with putting all our eggs in one basket, and do believe that, especially in rural and remote areas, and even especially along the Flinders Highway. I was driving there yesterday. you've got connectivity of about 50 minutes to an hour between Townsville and Mount Isa. I needed to get onto an RDA Teams meeting as I left Charters Towers, and in the 50 minutes I drove east, I kept dropping out and wasn't able to just dial into the audio section. So there needs to be an absolute focus on that, and in my mind, connectivity across Northern Australia needs to be improved along those key routes and those key areas, almost at the highest of priority, to enable all these projects and to enable people, when they move to an area these days, if they've got good internet connectivity, they'll be more inclined to maybe stay. If they can't, if it's difficult to get into a meeting, or even at home, when they're at home, to even watch a Netflix show, they're going to want to move to the capital cities. And we know what's happening with the capital cities. They are bursting at the seams.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a terrific point. I had the same experience the other day driving across to Richmond, and I know from Julia Creek North to Normanton, apart from the three-ways, there is no connectivity at all. So, dangerous if you're a tourist, and you certainly can't keep going with your life in the meantime. And Catherine to Darwin is the same. I assume it's the same further south.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really important point. And I think if you're talking about enablers for Northern Australia, that needs to be at the top.
I'll just finish on this last question before the Chair needs to pass the call, Mr Chiesa, but you've made the RDA has been talking about this. How do we get particularly the Indigenous population, but any untrained, unskilled young people, how do we get them into a position that they can be considering or being considered for employment? There's some specific issues around getting licences and licence testing. But given that we've got very few training organisations left for the agricultural space and the mining space, what is it, this is a workforce hearing, what is it that we can do to provide the opportunities first to our local young people before we have to be flying people in to do this work?
Yeah, and I think right now with that pipeline of project, we've got that once-in-a-generation opportunity to fix it and to make some input. There's a local organisation in Townsville at the moment, and it's only on a small scale, that actually takes local Indigenous First Nations kids in and provides a 2 or 3 week training course on the basics about work, grooming, confidence, and it assists them even if they need some training on getting their licence. Now, this is only at a small scale, Senator, and whether it can be done more broadly, it would be good to see. And then he's partnered with the local dealerships in Toyota, Ford, and a Smash repair business, and then organises a bus and takes those kids. They do work experience in each of those locations, and at the end of it, they potentially get a job. They've done 3 cohorts now, and I believe they've had 34 of the 36 that have actual full-time jobs that are there with them. So it does need that real hands-on approach. It needs genuine engagement from industry, and not just we're here to tick a box in terms of a quota. But again, putting the decision-making and putting more power to the region to enable them to do that. So if it was a national strategy, making sure it's reviewed and looked at by a regional body to make sure it's actually happening the way it's intended to be and not just a sort of box-ticking exercise.
Terrific. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr Chiesa.
Thank you. Shane.
First up, can I just congratulate Townsville what I did last night? The Queensland Country Bank Stadium nearly full, and I've got to say, as a fellow Queenslander from Ipswich and pretty similar to Townsville in many ways, I want to think it was a fantastic performance by the whole city. I see the media reports out today, and it's a great way to leverage jobs and economic development in the north. That's a fantastic opportunity. I think congratulations, Townsville. Really, really good.
Thanks. We love our sport up here and supporting it.
Yeah, I know that. Look, nearly 1 in 10 people who leave the military in Australia leave from Townsville. Nearly 1 in 10. But your unemployment rate is quite low. What are you doing right then? Because whether it's Darwin or it's Townsville, even Cairns, the ADF is a big employee. it's employer rather of workers in those regions. How can we leverage the Defence Force to actually, stimulate economic growth, engage with people, promote jobs in the region? How can we do that better?
Yeah, I think there's an organisation in Townsville called Oasis, and they provide.
I've been there a few times.
They're doing an excellent job. We partner with them to run a series of. We get a little bit of funding under the Growing Workforce Participation Fund that the Queensland Government has, and we partner with Oasis to do. What we've found is if we can bring business and industry and those companies looking for work, and the veterans who are looking at transitioning out, if we can create a relaxed social atmosphere where they can get in and engage with one another and ask questions about what the jobs are. Certainly in our experience, what we've found is they have resumes that's in defence speak, and even the support in getting their resume written, and to make sure they're really, really clear on the skills that they've learnt in defence are transferable across to civilian. But I think that is, I agree, that is an enormous opportunity, and one that we continue to work very closely with Oasis. And certainly, I think, closer, and it's a difficult thing, because what you're saying to people in the Defence Force is that, if you want to leave, there's plenty of jobs. And we don't want to encourage people away from the Defence Force, but at the same time, if people have made the decision to leave, what we want to say to them in North and Northwest Queensland is stay here, because there are significant, really well-paid jobs that you can get and to stay living in the region. And we often hear of stories where people that have been stationed in various locations around Australia, they actually moved back to Townsville because they really enjoyed it when they were here. So, yeah, it is a key component, and one that we'll be focusing on in our workforce development plan.
And the RSL is quite big in Townsville, so is Mates for Mates up there. One of the things that dawned on me as I was been up there a few times and looked at the centres, and I'll be up at the RSL in Townsville very soon, is the opportunity for us to use those organisations to secure jobs and look at training and skills, etc. Because the last thing we want to do is, when people get out the military, is sit around for 6 to 12 months and contemplate the world. We want them engaged straight away into jobs and into community, because Townsville is a fantastic community. So what do you think about the opportunity for federal government to play a role in better engaging those organisations in Townsville?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, and both those organisations you mentioned do a terrific job as well. I think Townsville's a garrison city, so you only have to look on Anzac Day just how much support the community comes out in force. So anything that can assist those in the Defence Force in Townsville to actually stay and transition to these jobs, I'm fully supportive, and I absolutely think that the federal government have a role in relation to that. And speaking with Defence, to say, if there are people that are looking at getting out, make sure that you are actively encouraging them to engage with these organisations, and to ensure that these organisations are sufficiently funded so they can make their mark.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Andrew.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, in your submission, you call for incentives and concessions for people and families. Could you just talk us through what sort of model you had for that, or what are you actually looking at?
I think the model needs to probably be discussed, but I think that's really important. I think we need to, as a nation, start looking at some sort of population strategy to say, because this is not just confined to North and Northwest Queensland. It is happening along Northern Australia. That to achieve our national ambitions, we need people in the North. As I'm preaching to the converted here, I know, but some sort of population strategy with some targeted incentives, whether that's the continuation or the indexation of the zone rebate. I think that could be something that could be of benefit, because quite often maybe people might say, the flights, for example, from Mount Isa are expensive, but if at the end of their tax return they're getting a $10,000 or $15,000 zonal type rebate, that makes it a little bit more lucrative. That makes it more of a advantageous. We're doing a piece of work now in terms of the livability and jobs portal for the Northwest. And the overarching theme when we speak to people is that they've come there for the opportunity and they stay for the community and the adventure of the region. We just have to get people there. Then I fully believe they'll stay. And those sort of incentives, like a zone rebate or something, I think is really important. I know the chair of the Northwest Rock, Councillor Jack Bowden, is very, very keen on looking at that as a means to attract people to these regional areas. The other thing I might add is when we speak regional, I think there's still some big cities that are classified as regional. I think we've got to have a look at the categorisation of those two.
So to my knowledge, there's some really big projects, particularly in that western corridor between Townsville and out to Mount Isa. If done any work, what I wouldn't like to see happen is all those projects come in a big bang, a whole lot of people come in, extra infrastructure, extra housing, those people leave and there's a vacuum. Have you thought about that, or staging these things, or recommending staging these things to have the organic growth and actually keeping the people?
Yep, we're in the process at the moment of finalising a construction industry pipeline report, and that's where we've basically pulled all the projects that we know that are publicly available, and we've engaged with the proponents to look at their timeframes. The thing that we're finding at the moment is those timeframes are dependent upon approvals, finance and workforce. So they all say to us, if it's approved in finance, we can start tomorrow. But as we know, those things aren't as cut and dry. So the aim of this is to pull together the information in one spot and to classify it into a way that is either announced, under assessment, approved, under finance consideration and commenced. And what we're going to share with that report is not to go, hey, look at our pipeline. It's to give to government departments, both state and federal governments, to local councils to say, hey, some planning and coordination need to happen off the back of this to ensure we don't experience a boom bust. We don't experience projects dropping out because there's a lot of projects coming all at once. And I think that point that you make is really, really important. Now, that just looking at that information and that data has led me to say, I say to people, our biggest thing now, coordination, prioritisation and alignment. And that absolutely needs to happen, because there might be some projects that do need to be deferred because we're just not at that stage where we have the workforce ready. So that staging and that prioritisation, absolutely critical, so we're not competing over the same workforce. I know there's considerations, the local councils, certainly between Townsville and Mount Isa, are looking at that in relation to, say, McKinley. They've got those vanadium projects that are 30, 40, 50-year mine lives. They are looking at having conversations now with Powerlink about when you put your camp in, we would like it to be a little bit more longer term. So the benefit of that is that the camp's used for the construction of Copperstring, but can also be used for the construction of these vanadium projects as well. So very good points you make. We're certainly looking at providing the data together so we can give that to the respective government departments so work can be done in that space.
Sorry, last one, because you're actually in the northern part of my electorate, so I'm going to give you a free kick here. We're from the government, we're here to help. What's the number one thing that you want us to take away from this inquiry for workforce development?
I think looking at those projects that are coming up over the next 5 years, and how do we get the workforce and the housing so these communities along the corridor remain sustainable and they grow sustainable and we don't boom and bust the place.
Chair, could I just ask Mr Chiesa, he made the point about regional cities competing with Northern Australian places. Yeah. I'm aware of this.
Do that and then I'll go to Luke.
So I'm aware of the Sunshine Coast, Adelaide, I think even Perth is classified as regional. Gold Coast as well. Gold Coast, right. So.
Yeah, Gold Coast, yeah.
Okay. I think it's important to get that on the record.
Okay. Sorry, and that's what I think is really important. Is a lot of people when they talk regional, they talk about Townsville or Mount Isa, but the classification at the moment says regional is the Gold Coast.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right. Luke.
Yeah, thanks, Wade. Yeah, that really hurt us in Darwin and the top end as well when that change was made, that we lost a lot of chefs, for example, went straight down to the Gold Coast because they could satisfy their requirements down there. I was really interested in those 3 cohorts of young First Nations kids that have done that 2.5-week training module. So, so who's the RTO for that? And I'm really interested.
Yeah, there's an organisation called On Common Country that Noel Gertz, he's also on our RDA committee. He's a First Nations man and very, very focused on ensuring that these kids are given the opportunity. And at the graduation session for him, he uses the example about these kids that are now working for these car dealerships. He says that before they've had their experience with cars hasn't been good. Now instead of stealing them, they're fixing them, he says. So it's been a remarkable success engaging some of the elders to drive the buses and to go around and make sure they're okay. And this is the likes of Mike Carney Toyota, Carmichael Ford, big car dealerships that they speak very, very highly of the program. It's very specific and tailored, but it's getting success.
Yeah, it's really encouraging. So is he funded? Is On Common Country funded through NIAA to run that program?
I'm not 100% sure. He is funded. I'm not sure through what funding program he is funded to do. But that's a great example of bringing sort of government, industry and training together.
Yeah, and as you highlighted with Oasis, whenever you can bring industry and workers or potential workers together, you're going to see some chemistry, you're going to see some interest, and you're going to, you can't be what you can't see. So if you see, the embodiment of what is a pathway and you get onto a job site and you just excite the kids.
Yep. Absolutely. And I think that's where an organisation, and I'll give the Regional Development Australia Network a bit of a plug here, is that it has the ability to bring together business and industry and government. And that's what I will probably add is really important. And we've run a few, we've run a First Nations Expo where we've got businesses who want to engage and employ and then ask the Indigenous youth, partnering with the Indigenous Youth Council here in Townsville, to say, let's organise something. And we've had Maddie Bowen come along to it. We've had presentations and kids that have got jobs to present to it. Then they can go around in a very casual and relaxed setting to actually talk to these businesses. And, we have resume writing there to support them as well. So that partnership, not just government and industry, but government, industry, training providers, and an organisation like a Regional Development Australia that can bring it together can play a role in that.
Yeah. Fantastic. I couldn't agree more. Just finally, I'll just make an observation. You're probably doing it in Northern Queensland anyway, but very impressive First Nations civil construction company recently ran an event where they had the kids from Clontarf and the STARS program, so young First Nations men and women that are in sort of year 10, 11, 12, got them out onto site so they could see, the plant equipment. They could talk to people who were doing jobs, in this case, building houses and putting in headworks. And you could just see how stimulated they were by that. So I really encourage industry, particularly if there's First Nations run business, because they can, they can see, I can do this, Yeah,
I think you're spot on, and I think what we're seeing is where you can get that three-way partnership between the government, training providers and industry, you are seeing some benefit. I was up in Cairns last week before Northern RDA's we get together and the CEO up there, Sonia Johnston, organise a look at the Maritime College that's run by TAFE, and that's really, they're in partnership with industry. So now the kids got a school, maritime college, and into jobs. Then we went and to have a look at the Aviation College, and again, I thought that's a brilliant link between they go into schools and then they come and do their training, and then they've got Central Queensland University who have their 737 simulator as well, and they can go into the jobs as well. So I think that's why I'm sort of advocating for that regional level to go, to have the federal government put some emphasis into that regional planning and how best to bring them together to make that happen. So certainly for Townsville, we should be focusing on engaging, and this is what will come out of the workforce development plan, engaging with the universities, the TAFEs, to look at our critical minerals and energy type projects and saying, this is, if you want to work in this space, this is how you do it. Right from school, stay in the region, get your training, whatever it is. It could be university, it could be TAFE, and then stay and work and live in the region. And engagement with those mining companies, with those other companies who are, everybody is screaming out for workers.
Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence today. I don't think there are any further questions. The committee has set Friday the 19th of July 2024 as the due date for answers taken on notice, and thank you very much for your evidence.
Thanks very much. Appreciate the committee's commitment and time on this very, very important topic. So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Good one. You're right, Shane.
Yep. And we might, so I welcome the representatives from the First Nation Workers Alliance via teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, my name's Alara Watson. I'm a Birregubba woman, the Indigenous Officer at the Australian Council of Trade Unions, and I oversee the work of the First Nations Workers Alliance.
Okay. I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will ask questions. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
I will make a very brief one, if you don't mind, and acknowledge the various traditional custodians of the land on which everyone is joining today. I'm on the land of the Yagara people, so I pay my respect and thank them for their continual custodianship. I just wanted to make note that I have had the privilege of being able to work in a lot of kind of rural and remote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities in Northern Australia. Through the work of the First Nations Workers Alliance from 2017, particularly around the Community Development Program. So due to this work and the work that I'll do, I will be taking a focus in around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and what I've learnt in that space. I must state it is really refreshing and great to see a lot of government initiatives and investments and programs taking a more culturally appropriate approach when it comes to consulting and engaging with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and communities, particularly if they are stakeholders or they're going to be affected in some way. So, of course, I will always recommend that approach and go as grassroots level as possible. So absolutely recommend that. I'm new to the Northern Australian agenda, but absolutely captivated. There's a lot of great stuff that's been submitted. I like the stuff around attracting private investment and Indigenous-owned businesses, but would also highlight that there needs to be a culturally informed approach with communities in and around that, and would highlight that these business and local entrepreneurship opportunities take a priority with local communities, like what's available locally and what local communities need, as well as investment and upskilling in where potential businesses can be identified locally and operated. In my travels, what I have seen is, locals do try to set up a business in the hopes of kind of breaking out of that cycle, but are often pushed out by outside businesses that come in, particularly in the tourist area. We've seen a lot of high FIFO workers, like if you're looking at Northern Peninsula in Queensland, Torres Strait, any kind of island homes or tourist hotspots, there seems to be an influx of backpackers at high tourist times that tend to get the jobs. Rents then become unaffordable, and there's this roller coaster of social and mental issues that increase throughout these communities. So any kind of support, structure and investment that is in and around local business and entrepreneurship will absolutely support local economy base and start to break down some of those barriers that local mob face when it comes to looking at running businesses, but also employment opportunities. I'll use an example. First Nations Clean Energy Network, what they're doing in the renewable space with remote communities has absolutely blown my mind. So they look at it, this is, private companies that want to invest in renewables that are working on the ground with remote communities. They're looking at not only training, development and employment opportunities. They're looking at ways that communities can access cheaper energy, and is there an ownership or a profit opportunity for communities to be able to access to. So I think if an opportunity like that crosses the table, then we should absolutely grab that by both hands, but bring the community with you, because they're the ones that will have the jobs in that area. I also think there is an opportunity just through the work with CDP and sitting on the First Nations reference group in and around the remote jobs and economic development. Like there's 45,000 roughly CDP participants, and we've got 3,000 part-time jobs there. But we've got thousands of more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people volunteering in these communities, particularly in care industries. So things like childcare and aged care and, getting community members to medical services. So there is an opportunity here where we can kind of, grab two, don't know the saying, hit two stones. Anyway, an opportunity to be able to look at training and development as well as opportunity for employment, but also a service that is needed in and around communities, but also an investment opportunity for a business. Okay. So we should really be looking at these industries too, and opportunities where we do look at sending invitations to bring investments in, that we should always keep at the forefront that even smaller economies within Northern Australia should be included in thinking about economic sustainability, employment sustainability, because when we do that, we can start to break down those Western barriers that have excluded participation, that have caused systemic poverty, but also build communities up and build these employment opportunities up in these communities. So I think there's two very big opportunities in this space, and really want to ensure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and people at the forefront in Northern Australia and what their needs and wants are, and actually be speaking and communicating to each of these communities and then linking them up with what investment opportunities could be available.
So, Ms
Watson... I might finish it there.
Oh, sorry. Previously, we could see you on the screen, and now you seem to have... So is there a problem with your camera? Oh, no, there.
My bad.
Okay.
No, I've been having connection issues, sorry.
Yep. Okay. Look, I might just... if you're finished, I'll just hand over to... Yep, Andrew.
Thank you very much. It's Andrew from Dawson. In your submission, you talked about meaningful jobs on country. So we've actually travelled around to some of the remote places. I had a bit of a dream. What I'd like to sort of see happen is if we can get, like carpenters, some builders trained, right? Some local people on country. We bring some people in, train them. They stay. They build houses. They stay there. Then they build. We keep that skill base, and then they pass it on to the next people that are coming through. So I'm talking about builders, plumbers, electricians, because we've also taken some evidence from other people that the sanitation is not as good in some of those areas, and if we can, fix that. What are your thoughts on that? And how do you think the best way to do that is?
Yeah, absolutely. Many thoughts on that. I am extremely passionate around trades-based apprenticeships and traineeships throughout remote communities, always have been. It was done in the 70s, so we know that it can be done. We actually have qualified tradesmen in these communities that are often overlooked for jobs because they're local. I think we actually need some sustainable employment opportunities like that. What we've seen in Torres Strait, particularly in the electrical trades, is like a mentoring system that they do through there. So there's always that flow of an electrician that is available to be able to not only maintain homes, but also the power and lines. Big on trades. How you would do that, I think there needs to be like a program implemented. So we've had traineeship programs in and around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander traineeships and apprenticeships before, which has been joint with a business, union and government. There's been a literacy and numeracy component, and it's been a bit flexible in and around timing and availability of participant with cultural needs. So there are absolutely models out there. I don't think you have to reinvent the wheel. It's been done before. So it's just a matter of picking up a model that works and going for it.
Thank you. So say a big company or a big mining company or something was going to come into an area and, one of the deals there is to employ some of the, local population as part of the deal there. What I'm seeing a lot of then is like getting jobs as stop-go and some of those sort of things and then moving on. Has there ever been done where that company, rather than just provide that, go into that space, actually into the building space or the trade sort of space?
Yeah, I have heard of that happening. I know plumbers have done it, I know mining's done it, and I know electricity has done it. Plumbing in Victoria, I think mining might have been New South Wales through... I would have to follow up. I'd have to get the name, but I can follow up on who that was.
If you could take that on notice for me, please, yeah. Ms Watson, because I'd like a model that we could sort of have a look at and then rinse and repeat and roll it out, if that's...
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a couple of key components that are different to any other kind of apprenticeship, which is kind of a mentoring component to it as well. That's kind of taken from someone that is Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander that's been in the industry for a little while that can kind of mentor them through. I know through the mining one there was issues because it was so isolated on the mine site. So we had a lot of drop-off. But there was no mentoring system in place, so that was a learning curve there. So I think if you've got the right mechanisms in place that make people feel culturally safe, they will stick it through because that's what they want. They want a real job with real wages, with real conditions so that they can break that cycle of poverty and be able to have opportunities and build a better future for their kids.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Shane?
Laura, it's Shane Newman here, Federal Member for Blair. Thank you for the... It's good to see you again. Thank you for your lifelong commitment to... the First Nations people. It's been fantastic. You've been involved, and I know there's the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program that's about to start in the second half of this year. Can you tell us what's been involved in that consultation and what you anticipate will come out as a result of the replacement of CDP?
Yeah, it's been definitely a refreshing process. So the First Nations reference group that was formed is all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. There are different people on that group which come from myself as the First Nations Workers Alliance. We've got community organisations that perhaps are involved in some way of implementing CDP in the past, so they're on there from that perspective. We've got business, so we've got academics, but there's a whole range of knowledge on that initial reference group to be able to kind of pull from various expertise, but also community-based. So land councils and community-based businesses and organisations. There's also a consultation process that is happening in communities through the NIA agencies. So there are conversations happening on that ground level too, to ask directly what people want in their communities, like what are some of the things that they see that they need. So what are some of the job opportunities? And again, talking about care, there is also a youth focus. So if you look at Northern Territory, there are no high schools really in these remote communities, so there isn't that access that rest of Australia has to secondary education. So this is where a lot of lack of opportunities come in and around employment within their home. So how do we actually break that down, and how do we get youth wanting to get excited about their future, like that there is an opportunity that they can actually grab. So using this initiative as something that might attract youth into employment opportunities in community. The best thing, the absolute best thing I love about it is it's kind of live. Like, it's not a generic program, it's not one size fits all, and it will constantly move and fit to how it needs to fit to deliver outcomes. So there'll be less kind of wasting of money. Funding will be used more appropriately, and hoping outcomes then will be delivered, bigger and more outcomes will be delivered for communities. And hopefully that will then be built on, so that there is not just job opportunities, but communities are becoming self-sufficient with economic bases, because you've got that economic component as well to the job component.
Yeah.
It's just it's only 3,000 jobs at the moment, but it's a start. So I'm excited about it. I'm excited that communities are having input about it. I'm excited that government are taking an active listening around it and are just following through on community needs.
Thanks. My final question, Chair, is one of the best things I've seen has been community control health services, and you've got IUE and Quake and a whole bunch of other organisations. The Archos have done a fantastic job, and you would be familiar with Amaroo and Ipswich, of course, and Camboo, and how they've been running childcare. And we know in First Nations there are, in the northern parts of Australia, 5 times as many First Nations people as there are in the rest of the country, and 3 times as many as in our area in southeast Queensland. I'm just seeing an opportunity here for First Nations people to be running more childcare facilities to assist First Nations women in particular, but also men, into jobs. And in these remote areas, I couldn't think of a better opportunity to have First Nations people running childcare centres. If they can't, it may be that councils pick that up. But I think there's an opportunity, particularly in with remote council areas, which are very heavily populated by First Nations people, for an opportunity there. What do you think about that idea?
I love it. And this is an opportunity that was in my opening statement. There is an opportunity there that we shouldn't overlook. We've got people that are doing these responsibilities in community already. They just need an opportunity to get the qualifications, but also investment into that field so that they can actually get paid for the work that they're doing instead of doing it on a volunteer basis. So we can do two prongs, right? We're addressing a need that is desperately needed within a community and a service that's needed, as well as looking at the employment component and the economic and beneficial component around private enterprise as well. So just the idea of that, it's not rocket science. And we know that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are going to feel much safer in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations that have Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workers. So they're more likely to go get services from an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person. You know, that's just the way it is. So why wouldn't we embrace that and use that as an opportunity within our communities?
Thanks very much, Lara. Chair.
Yep. Warren.
Hey, just following on from what you said, you're saying about Indigenous people in the communities already carrying out these tasks, but they need to be qualified. They need to get qualified so that they can get either remunerated or a greater level of remuneration. Yeah. What do you think the best way is for them? I would suspect to be able to get that qualification, they're going to have the opportunity of leaving the community. You're not going to, it's highly unlikely that the trainers are going to go into these remote communities to train one or two individuals. How do you see this? Do we need to set a mechanism where these people are able to be transported from the community to the training centres and supported there while they get their qualification and then allowed to go back? I'm just interested logistically how we do it.
Well, as you know, there was TAFE set up through the Northern Peninsula and communities throughout, you know, far north Queensland. So there is the capacity. I think TAFE is probably the best way to do a partnership when it comes to traineeship and apprenticeships, because it's more practical and hands-on for our mob. But Northern Territory, like I know, there's schooling opportunities that are community run, so there could be partnerships in with those community run organisations as well. So it's not undoable. These days with technology as well, the way classrooms are set up, you can, you know, do learning online, and when a practical component, you know, you pull everyone together for 3 weeks to do a practical component around your traineeship or apprenticeship. I don't think it's difficult. It's been done before. I just think there needs to be a commitment and a willingness to do it.
Okay. One other point and scenario that I represent, of course, is in the Torres Strait, and you were making a reference there to the fact that the businesses are bringing in a lot of backpackers, etc., particularly in hospitality predominantly, and it's taking away opportunities for local communities. Can I say that, you know, talking to the businesses, they continually share their frustration that they can't engage local people, particularly into hospitality, and so they have no choice but to bring in outsiders, from particularly backpackers, to be able to continue to operate their businesses. And I'm just wondering, how do we get young people engaged? Particularly, I mean, you see the transport operators. Most of those are young Torres Strait Islanders that are working on the ferries and that sort of thing. They're working in the fishing industry and that sort of stuff. But when it comes to hospitality, there seems to be a barrier there, getting local people to actually be involved and wanting to do that sort of work. And I'm just, and quite frankly, when I talk to the business operators, they would much prefer to have reliable local people working in those areas, but have absolutely no choice but to bring in backpackers. Have you got any suggestions on how we can encourage young people in these areas to get involved?
I'm not sure if, you know, any communities are actually offering traineeships in hospitality, so locals know exactly how to do the job. I know I'd done a 12-month traineeship in hospitality before I started. There's a lot of different components in and around safety within a workplace for an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person locally, knowing industrial rights as well, or flexibility around cultural needs and cultural responsibilities. I mean, there's a whole range of issues that could be contributing to why Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people don't want to apply for jobs locally. I don't know. I'd have to be able to do some mapping to determine which areas. I know through the work that I was doing, there's some hospitality initiatives that employ locally, like Palmer Island with they've got a restaurant cafe there. They're all local people employed too. So I couldn't tell you why. I would say it would be different depending where you went on that workplace, what the workplace conditions are like. Is there training available to do that work? Is there flexibility in and around cultural need and responsibilities? There's a lot of factors, and that's where we need to look at when it comes to employment in remote communities. Is that's what's being considered, and is that being implemented into work? So RGED is actually implementing those needs in and around employment in remote communities. So those that apply for grants to get the funding to be able to employ an RGED worker, they will know straight up that they need to have a component that actually allows for cultural responsibility, cultural ceremony, cultural leave, sorry business, so they know exactly what happens in the community and can work flexible around that. It might be need to do shared jobs, so you'll have, there'd be a whole heap of different breakdowns that we could do in that space for sure. So I couldn't directly ask what one issue is, but I would say that one of those components will absolutely be culturally and safety.
Luke.
Yeah. Thanks, Lara. Could you give us an idea of some of the best examples? You mentioned earlier, you know, we don't need to recreate the wheel. There's already good models out there. What are some of the best when it comes to industry, unions and communities working together? And then it always comes up, you know, the latitude that you get or the flexibility that you get from shared positions. Is there a good example that you know of where that's working, which allows the flexibility for workers to fulfil their cultural obligations, but for the business to have a worker who's trained when they need them through the sharing?
Yeah, apprenticeship-wise, the best program I've come across is probably the Electrical Trades Union, Queensland Government, TAFE and Ergon. So they ran an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander apprenticeship program in the electrical trades. 2014, I think, which was a really good model, and I believe they had 98% success in regards to the outcome of those apprenticeships. In regards to flexibility, a lot of the programs, I've seen some great programs come out of the Northern Territory that have been community-led. Tunganjira, they have a family violence prevention program that they do, and the work in that space that they've done in and around protecting Aboriginal women in family and domestic violence situations, had the privilege of listening to them once on the violence decreasing in and around the town camps. So that was extremely impressive, and that could be, you know, looking at some of those services that we are doing anyway, that could actually be opportunities for employment. That was a great program. Sejuna, there was an example with the CDP trials. They had a community organisation, had an old canteen. So they'd done that up and done some hospitality training, and that's a fully functioning, operating canteen now that is employing local mob in that canteen. That was a great example.
Yeah, thank you.
So there are definitely, yeah.
There's some good ones. Yeah.
There is some good ones out there.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay. No one else has got any...
I do.
Go. Sorry, Senator.
No, you're right. Good morning or good afternoon now. I've got a question, particularly in remote communities that are very, that are not necessarily small, and I'm thinking of places like Doomadgee and Kownyama, but they don't have a lot of businesses providing jobs and apprenticeships. Have you thought at all about micro businesses where you are the business, like hairdressing or, you know, there's probably a long list. That's probably the best one I could think of straight off the top of my head. But is that something that you've considered about how you could do some sort of central training and then let people just operate in their community?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure that there'd be lots of people saying, well, I would go and get a job if there was somewhere I could, but there's nothing close by to my home.
Yeah. Anything like that, I think, is on the table. But it wouldn't be me. You'd have to speak to that particular community on, what's the need, what do people want, what's the opportunities, is there someone there that's excited to take that on and do that work? I have spoken to a couple of businesses that their hardest, probably in bigger communities though, not in small ones like Doomadgee, where they might start a business but then a business is allowed to come into the community from outside that just kind of pushes them out because they're local and small and can't afford the big fancy stuff to come in. There just needs to be, I feel, some guidelines and rules implemented so that the priority is on these smaller businesses that are locally owned and run, and they're not pushed out by anyone else that comes in outside the community, whether they are an Indigenous business coming in or a non-Indigenous business coming in.
Yeah, point well made. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Lara, thank you for your evidence today. The committee has set Friday the 19th of July 2024 as the due date for any answers taken on notice, and I'm not sure if there are any, but thank you very much for the work that the First Nation Workers Alliance does across Northern Australia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
The committee will now suspend for lunch and return at 1:30.
Thank you, Chair.
I just went down to Chair's office to watch the start of Joe.
I welcome representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, Office of Northern Australia in person and via teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I remind committee members that Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, but shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. For the Hansard record, can you please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thanks, Chair. David McKay, Deputy Secretary for Regions, Cities and Territories.
Lisa Router, First Assistant Secretary responsible for Partnerships and Projects Division in the Regional Cities and Territories group within Department of Infrastructure.
And I think we've got one person online.
We do, thank you, from Darwin.
Yes, Chair. So Casey Greentree, Assistant Secretary for the Office of Northern Australia.
I invite you to make a brief opening statement, then the committee will ask questions. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair. Happy to go straight to your questions.
Okay. Yep, Shane.
Well, according to figures, in the last 5 years, we've had a reduction of about 48,000 people in Northern Australia. How do we turn that around in Northern Australia? Because people are actually leaving the northern part of Australia. And it's about trying to keep them there, trying to create jobs for them, trying to create a future in their communities. It's evident on display, for example, in the House of Representatives every 3 years, where we have to give 2 seats to the Northern Territory when under the electoral enrolment they're entitled to 1. How do we actually turn that around?
So I might ask Ms Greentree to take us through...
We do. We have to.
Sorry.
I can't help you on the composition of the House of Representatives, I'm afraid.
No, but it's a classic example when the Electoral Commission talked about the entitlements in those areas, and I'm in favour. I voted for every single time. I'm in favour of the Northern Territory having 2 seats. I support it. But the reality is on the population of the Northern Territory is going backwards vis-a-vis the other parts of the country. And if you look at the electoral enrolments in Queensland, my home state, north of the Sunshine Coast, it's falling away compared to the southeast Queensland parts of the Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast, Ipswich and surrounds.
So part of the role that the Office of Northern Australia plays is to engage broadly and regularly across Northern Australia on opportunities for development and impediments to that development. So perhaps it would be helpful if we ask Ms Greentree just to run through some of the strongest messages that we've heard in our recent engagement activities, including some of the solutions that our stakeholders are proposing.
Yep.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr McKay. As Mr McKay pointed out, ONA quite regularly works and talks to a lot of stakeholders across Northern Australia to help support our advice that we provide across the Australian government to address those issues. So in preparation today, what we've done is pull together a bit of a summary of some of the key messages that we're hearing going to that issue, and particularly in terms of population is something that is very much front of mind of a lot of people's conversation. Again, as you pointed out, there's a high turnover of people in the Northern Territory as well, and so essentially, in terms of under the subject of availability of training, several of the issues that were pointed out was that training is currently being provided that often doesn't align to the growth sectors or to the relevant jobs in the location, that there's a lack of vocational-based skills training. Training is delivered on attendee rates before the program can be initiated. Whilst this is a method used in city-based training institutions, it's not appropriate for regional Northern Australia. University is too expensive for students. and the lack of diversity in training to deliver different learning styles, e.g. on-the-job training, apprentice-based training, hybrid approaches as opposed to strictly classroom or written-based approaches. So some of the proposed solutions that have been suggested to us is working with TAFE and universities to develop courses within key industries, and importantly that is in place as well in terms of what are the local opportunities there. Strengthen the ability of regional higher education, including partnering with metro universities and or offering micro-credentialing. Providing shared use education, research and training infrastructure, for example, learning hubs, and also the accessibility of those in remote locations, but also in regional and in those major cities. Another broad sort of topic is around First Nation participation. So some of the issues that are raised there is the underutilisation of the First Nations workforce, particularly in communities where there can be a number of jobs in communities, but quite often they might be filled with people from outside that community. That there's a lack of support for businesses to hire First Nations people, lack of a culturally appropriate training, lack of funding for place-relevant programs, such as, an example that is quite often given is pastoral training activities out on stations. Lack of support for First Nations businesses to help navigate administrative aspects of establishing and maintaining a business. Lack of funding for prescribed body corporates, and that all pertains to in terms of their sort of core funding, but also their ability to look at economic opportunities to leverage the land as an asset. So some of the proposed solutions that have been put to the office have been around, exactly the opposite of most of the things that I've said, offer more culturally appropriate and affordable education, training, apprenticeships in key sectors such as agriculture, construction, health, aviation, teaching First Nation languages, technology, and self-employment. Explain the scope and long-term opportunities for First Nation peoples to participate in the Northern Australia economy by removing barriers to employment. And I do believe that this has already been discussed today. Looking at ways to provide better system support for people to be able to access things such as working with children's cards. In the NT, it's called the OCA card. Looking at programs that support literacy and on-the-job literacy as well. Set local, an emphasis on local First Nations employment and procurement targets in terms of if there's a major project, ensuring that there's a target to use those First Nation businesses that are in that location or to support First Nations people from that area as well. And access opportunities in communities undertaken for people not from that community, as I mentioned previously, sort of looking at what are the jobs available in community and to help that sort of support coming from there. Housing is also quite an often issue that is raised with us in terms of lack of available housing and inadequate housing, making it harder to attract people to the north. And sort of sitting beneath that, housing pressures that are particularly acute to Northern Australia because of high import costs based on the greater distances, skill shortages, high cost of living, extreme weather events, available and affordability of insurance, particularly when you start to get into that high density housing as well. Pressures on temporary accommodation arising from large scale projects. So a big part of the feedback that we quite often hear is around those big sugar hits to the economy in terms of major projects that come in, but essentially the flow and impact that may have, such as taking up of accommodation, making the cost of everything in that surrounding area go up, and what does that mean for the local people? So some of the proposed solutions, and I do believe that they've been discussed by this committee as well previously, is how to better utilise modular housing as an appropriate alternative to temporary housing. What are the grants or the programs to assist with that as well, if that can be assisted, and how to look to streamline planning restrictions and the sort of bureaucracy around how do you support sort of greater housing availability or development around there. As relevant to this morning, a lot of feedback has been around childcare and aged care as well. So this is, as you, the community members pointed out earlier, quite a young population in Northern Australia, particularly in the First Nations space, but also the lack of availability of aged care as well. So a lot of feedback that we get from stakeholders and people moving here, they may move here sort of say single or, and sorry, I'm saying here because I'm in Darwin, but they may move here single, move here for a career opportunity. But when people get to the stage where they are having families or they're getting to retirement age or their extended families are getting older down south, that they need to move down south for that as well, to get that support with where they are in terms of their family as well. That also comes into the livability as also being one of the factors that is sort of reported as impacting on the population as well. High cost of flights and sort of that connectivity to the rest of the country is quite often reported as an issue. So some of the proposed solutions around that has been particularly in, looking at what are the subsidies potentially around flights, but also looking at how they can, better support for improvement of amenity in communities, regional towns and the bigger cities in terms of how making it more supportive to families or making it more lifestyle supportive that people will want to stay in Northern Australia and that amenity that's available around communities. This also flows into utilising the local workforce more. Definitely a strong message of how to move away from the FIFO models, particularly for bigger projects, and how to build that capability at a local level. But also, what does that mean when there's a transition in major projects for that small community as well? So if there's a big economic source or focus of that community, if that closes down or winds down, what does that mean for the community? And it usually goes to these things like amenity, the availability of doctors and so forth as well. So some of the proposed solutions around that has been just, again, referring to what was discussed earlier, is a major need to look at when there are those major projects in Northern Australia or how they can be better pipelined in terms of working with communities at a local level to sort of map out how they can be better delivered. So local businesses, local workforce can be geared up to do those opportunities, but also making sure, just like in the Townsville example, that they're not all happening at the same time. And so a lot of that local planning coming into it as well to support that. I know just from my own experience in the NT government doing a lot of work around with major projects, what's the current capability within the local market in terms of the businesses and what they need to do to sort of
Excuse me, can I interrupt for a sec? The number of times you said how and what during the course of this, we actually want to know, we want to get some evidence from you, not ask questions. So, I'm really interested in some responses that from the department to give us some, information, not how and what, okay? Sorry, Chair, but
No, I was just going to ask Casey whether we could,
Can we move on, okay? Because how and what is not going to help us. So I'm going to question about the NAIF, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund. On page 3 of your annexure A, you talk about a number of projects. Now, the NAIF had a trouble start. Let's be really honest with you. I would like to take you on notice. You've listed a whole bunch of projects here, an additional $2 billion worth of projects here. I'd like you to take it on notice so you get back to the committee about the state of those projects, because a lot of those will create jobs and development in the north, and I'd like you to take that on notice, if that's okay.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. My final question is, Chair, at one stage on page 4, you talk about something which at one stage sounds like quite platitudinous, but at another stage I sort of understand it. You say the Australian government has acknowledged the need to make its infrastructure pipeline more sustainable to ensure it doesn't further strain existing labour constraints in the construction sector. I know we acknowledge there's labour constraints in the north. I know that there's a problem with construction sector, but we're really looking for some solutions and what the department's working with business on to address those constraints, and also to develop the north and make sure that population of 48,000 you say has declined in the last 5 years. It can be turned around so that we don't have to do what I just said earlier in my evidence and provide additional seats to the north, because in the Northern Territory, because the population keeps declining vis-a-vis the rest. So can you get back to us about how to address some of these issues? That would be useful.
Certainly. If I can just respond to those 2 points, Mr Newman. On the NAIF projects, that really is a question for the NAIF, so
yes,
very happy to take that on notice.
That.
But the response, I think, will come back from the NAIF.
Yep.
But
it's your submission.
Yeah, understood.
It's your submission.
That's right, but they will have the most up-to-date.
Well, can you get back to us, because they'll have some information. But
yes.
So do you want to frame that in a question on notice?
Yes, that's
Mr.
right.
Newman?
You can put
Understood.
that to us.
That's
get
fine.
back to us in relation to that.
And we will also provide on notice some detail on the infrastructure pipeline point
That's
that you raised. This submission, if I recall, is from December 2022, and I think what that alludes to is the review of the infrastructure program that's been done, so we can give you some more up-to-date information on what has been done under that heading.
I did read it, Mr McConnell.
Great.
I did read it.
Okay. Warren.
In a similar vein, the first one is in relation to the NAIF, and given that the NAIF financing must provide Indigenous engagement strategies, participation, procurement, employment, etc. That's always been part of this whole process since the establishment of the Office of Northern Australia over a decade ago. I'm just on notice, again, you may have to go back to NAIF. With all of those, with that criteria, with every loan that has been paid out, I'd like to hear what the success rate is. I'd like to hear some success stories directly attributed to that particular requirement, because if we're going to be looking at where we go, and we are got a particular focus on Indigenous employment. We know what the criteria is. Let's share with us some of the success stories there that we can build on. That's the first one, right? The second one here, when I read here, all of the skill shortages, retaining skilled workers, attracting, retaining seasonal workforce, affordable housing and digital connectivity, medical services. I was involved in the establishment of the Office of Northern Australia back in 2013-14. These issues, were at that point, was what we were wanting to try and address over a decade ago. I'd be very interested to see if there's been any progress on those areas in the decade since then, because it seems to me all the challenges are here, but there's nothing there that we're talking about where we're actually making some progress. And if we're going to start getting people engaged and employed in these areas, surely we must be having some progress in these areas. And I just say to you, you mentioned housing, and you say we're starting to focus on modular housing. Let me say to you, in my turf, which is Cape York, there's quite a significant pushback in my communities for modular housing, significant pushback, because there are communities up there that were very, very successful in building their own homes during the Napari period, and they actually skilled up some of their own community people in relation to carpenters and electricians and plumbing, etc. Those people are still around, they're qualified, but there's been no opportunities to continue to use those skills, and the need, we all agree, is chronic. But that they're not able to build up those skills by just having, flat top houses that have just come up there in a box and put up. They want to be able to design and build, and it's been quite successful. So it does worry me a little bit that the solution is modular houses, and I'd be interested to see what sort of consultation the department has had in talking to the communities. Some will say, yes, we'll do it, but I can assure you that there's a whole lot out there that will say, no, we don't want to bar it. And I'll be just interested if you can come back and let us know what sort of consultation you've had with the communities in relation to what they see as appropriate.
Just so that we can get this clear for the record, are you...
I'm asking that.
Are you asking them to respond now, or are you taking
on notice? I don't expect
okay.
you to give me that answer now. Understood. But I think it's important to know because this is where they're going to not continue to use those skills and develop more skills. If they can build their own, then they can maintain their own, and those skills can be transferred into other areas.
So, Chair, I think of those three questions, we've got some information with us on the NAIF question, which we can run through quickly now, and then the rest we'll take on notice to talk to the NAIF. I think the question about progress over time, we will need to take on notice to see what we can provide in a written answer. And then the question on housing in particular, because it's a responsibility principally of the Treasury for the housing policy area rather than us, we'll take on notice and come back. But let's start with the NAIF question if we can.
Yeah. So I can say...
Sorry, can you just say your name and
Certainly. Lisa Rowder, First Assistant Secretary, Partnerships and Projects from the Department of Infrastructure. For the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, they require all of their proponents to have an Indigenous engagement strategy. For 24-25, they've put a target on Indigenous employment of 5%, and they are sitting right now at 6.5%, so they're exceeding their target. So out of the just over 16,000 jobs that NAIF projects have created or plan to create over the life of those projects, 1,080 of those have been for Indigenous roles. They've also achieved more than 72 million in Indigenous procurement through each of those Indigenous engagement strategies. So as an example, one of their projects, the Northern Territory Airports project, they've achieved, I think it was a figure of 36% Indigenous employment. I'm just finding that number now. 36.7% Indigenous employment for the project. So I've got all of statistics on all of the individual projects if you'd like, but that's one good example of where they are working really closely with all of their proponents to make sure that they achieve and exceed their Indigenous procurement and employment targets. They're also working really closely with organisations like Indigenous Business Australia to connect them in with a small loans program and also make sure that they're positioning Indigenous businesses to compete for small loans but also NAIF larger loans through their program.
I guess the question that I was interested in here was, yes, I know that they'll fill out a ticker box and say, yes, this is what we have, but how much of that then, once that project is finished, to those businesses or those individuals that they have engaged for that time, how much of capacity have they got to continue to develop their skills and grow those skills, rather than just say, yep, we ticked a box, we got a percentage, but then when that's shut down, that they just disappear again. I mean, at the end of the day, this is about lifting them up, and that's what I'm looking for out of this.
We'll talk to the NAIF about what information they may have on that particular aspect of the question.
It's easy to tick.
But also they do monitor it over the life of those loans, and some of those loans are sort of 15 plus years, and they're reporting every 6 months on their Indigenous engagement strategy targets. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
Luke?
Thanks. Sorry, I was a bit late at the start. I missed the bit about modular housing. We've had some presentations here in the Parliament from around, I think, Tennant Creek, wasn't it?
Willie Adjunta.
Yeah, Willie Adjunta, where there's been designs that have come from the community, and for that reason there's a feeling that there will be a bit more ownership, particularly if the locals have been part of design and construct. So, yeah, apologies that I missed it, but in terms of modular housing, is that part of the $4 billion commitment between the federal government and the NT government for housing?
I don't think that commitment specifies types of housing.
Right.
So it would be an option, but as far as I'm aware, and Ms Greentree will correct me if I'm wrong, it's not specified in that agreement.
Can I just maybe ask Ms Greentree, given that you raised the issue of modular housing, if you could just provide a bit of information just in relation to that, or expand that issue?
Certainly, Chair, and apologies, it's difficult coming from the virtual, but to clarify, I was talking in very generic terms in terms of feedback, but very much so in terms of Indigenous communities, very much take the earlier point about more sustainable housing. I think the solutions in terms of modular housing were more suggested when there is a sort of major project, or particularly more in regional or major cities, in terms of looking at that as more as in the housing mix. I understand NRAA's sitting in the room and behind you, who can talk more about the remote housing project, but I do understand that a big part of that focus is making sure that they meet cyclone standards and so forth. And so I just wanted to clarify that the reference to modular housing was more in talking in a generic sense in terms of responding to housing needs across the whole of Northern Australia and in different regional cities, not looking in terms of long-term housing, particularly in Indigenous communities. So apologies, just to clarify. And just in relation to the comments around providing data, yes, we're very happy to provide some. We have a number of different data sets that we can point to that sort of looks at where is the Northern Australia agenda at in terms of achievement as well. There's also been the recent release of, it's called the Experimental Estimates of Gross Regional Product, which showed that in 2020 to 21, the Northern Australia Gross Regional Product was in the range of 170 billion to 240 billion, which represents 8.5 to 11.5% of the national's total economic outcome, which is an increase from 2015, where it was represented 6.7% to 9.3% of that. But we will provide that to you on notice, but we can also give some clarification to that data as well.
Okay. Warren, I'll go to you, and then I know there are other members of the committee that want to ask questions. Please keep your questions specific and things so that we've got other people waiting, so come on.
Just on housing, I think it's something that, because you raised it here in your submission, and I mean it is a significant impact on particularly young people being able to get out there and engage from the communities. Fact is that there is not a single unit of accommodation that is built for single young, fully employed Indigenous people in any community. All the housing that we're focusing on at the moment is family homes. And yet there's a whole lot of young people that are building their skills. They're getting jobs in health, and they're getting jobs, rangers, there's getting jobs in education, but they've got no choice but to stay in the family home because there's not a single unit of self-contained accommodation for a young, single, fully employed person. I just make that as a point to note when you start talking about housing and you want to feed into it about giving young people an opportunity to have their space and get something out there, something that is chronically missing right across Northern Australia, not one.
Thank you, Warren. Andrew.
Thank you. So the department has outlined here quite a lot of challenges. What I'm really interested in is what does the department think the most appropriate organisation, vehicle, mechanism is to be able to deliver to address some of these issues. I'm looking for some low-hanging fruit. Happy to be involved in these inquiries, but I'm looking for some outcomes.
We will be a little bit limited by not providing opinions on policy as the department.
And I did say that in my statement.
But I think probably the place to start is some of the success that the NAIF has had as a model to provide financing for projects in Northern Australia, and we can go into a bit more detail on that if that is helpful. And I think
whatever you can within the guidelines to try to give me something that we can actually put in the report to say that we want to improve Northern Australia.
So I think the best way that we can do that is perhaps to come back on notice to the committee with what the evidence of our involvement shows has been most effective, and very happy to start with some information about the NAIF financing model today, if that's helpful. But I think given the range of issues that the committee is looking at and the number of portfolios that engages with across the Commonwealth, it would be best if we responded to that on notice so that we can come to that from evidence and not risk straying into giving opinions on matters of policy.
Are you okay with that?
Whatever you believe, Chair.
Okay. Mr McKay, I think following on from what Andrew was saying, I think your submission, which is quite substantial, lists a whole lot of infrastructure projects right across Northern Australia. So the Deputy Chair did ask for an update, and I go back to my colleague, Mr Newman. So if that could be provided, at the end of this, I'll give you a date in which the turnaround time of responding back to the committee on notice with that question could be provided to the Secretariat.
And Chair, perhaps if I can just clarify what I'm hearing, the submission, as I said, is from December 2022. So if we provide a current status update on all of those items that we mentioned in the submission.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again.
An updated submission would be useful.
Yeah, and also employment numbers. So I know that you talked about before, particularly with First Nation numbers across Northern Australia. It would be good. One of the areas that we invited to the committee and they said no was Supply Nation. So how does Supply Nation apply in those procurement processes with those projects to meet that percentage of First Nation workers? And I'll go to Senator McDonald on that note.
Terrific. Thanks very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Nice to see you again. I wonder if this might be a few questions to take on notice as well, please. Specifically, we had evidence last year from the Northern Territory Cattlemen's Association on the Real Jobs program that they're running with Charles Darwin as a program partner on credentialing.
Yes. So
that they had real training and then some sort of credentialing at the end. And they're also running the NIAPP, Indonesian Exchange. I'm not sure about where the second program is up to, but the first one lost funding. And it's a program that they've had 400 young people through, and they've trained into a multitude of skills into the agricultural industry. I wonder if you could provide any feedback on that. I assume that it's my understanding that they've lost funding because they're not an Indigenous training organisation, but it was a successful training organisation for Indigenous people. So how we can nuance and understand what's going on there. And Ms Greentree, you spoke about micro-credentials. I was asking some questions about that this morning, particularly in communities that are big enough to have need for services, but not necessarily big enough to have businesses to offer jobs. And the most obvious example I can think of is hairdressing, but I'm sure that there's a range of others. Is that the sort of thing you're referring to when you're talking about those micro roles?
Certainly. So I think in terms of micro-credentialing, it's instead of also looking at, say, instead of having a 4-year course where you have to make all those requirements to achieve your certificate, how do you sort of divvy that up into, say, for example, if it's hairdressing, and I'm speaking completely hypothetically, but there might be, you know, certain components of that apprenticeship that can be made into smaller sort of training opportunities as well. And so I guess it's more tailoring to the actual need and also the person's capability, but it allows, instead of expensive long-term training programs, to be able to be a bit more targeted in terms of what they provide.
So in order for us to progress that, so that we, you know, are making recommendations and hopefully getting some good outcomes from this inquiry, is this something we should be engaging with the Department of Education?
Yes.
on?
Yes,
Right.
they would be the right people in the Commonwealth.
Right.
Yeah.
We haven't asked them to give evidence in this program.
Maybe we can see him before our next private meeting.
Yeah. All right. Terrific. Thank you.
We'll give them a heads up.
Yeah, thanks.
I haven't finished yet, Mr McKay.
No, not at all.
I just wanted to, and whether it's you, Mr McKay, or whether it's Casey, I want to go off the Australian land, well, to the Indian Ocean territories, which I think would fall into your remit.
It does, although I don't have any people from the territories outcome of the
No,
department.
you can take these questions on notice if you can.
Certainly.
I think it's really, they're an important part of my Lingiari electorate. The Minister had increased the NAIF by about $2 million. I think it was $2 million or $2 billion. $2 billion.
Yeah.
Can you provide or take the question on notice and provide how much or what conversations or communications or work is being done with the various groups on the Indian Ocean territories, both on Christmas and COCUS, in terms of economic opportunities and development on those areas?
Yes, certainly, Chair. I can say that the NAIF has begun engagement with the communities of both Christmas Island and Cocos Keeling Islands. In fact, I accompanied senior management of the NAIF on a visit to Christmas Island, and I understand they had a visit planned also for Cocos Keeling Islands. So we'll take that on notice to source information from the NAIF for you on their engagement in the Indian Ocean territories.
Okay. So, and then following from that, and it would fall into your remit, Mr McKay, the airstrip development that's happening on Cocos Keeling Island, just how much or what opportunities is the department or conversations the department's having with Fulton Hogan, who are the contractors for that, for local islanders, you know, in terms of employment with that and with Department of Defence. Can you take that on notice and then provide that?
Very happy to take it on notice, Chair. The principal relationship is with Defence because the airstrip upgrade is a Defence project, but very happy to take it on notice.
Yeah. So who's managing that? Does Department of Transport manage that, or is Department of Defence?
The airstrip upgrade is managed by Defence.
Okay. So then on Christmas Island, is there any... So in terms of the economies on Christmas Island, what work is being done with the Department of Transport, Infrastructure and Regional Development with, for instance, PRL or some of the other organisations on Christmas Island?
In terms of economic development?
Yeah.
Very happy to come back to the committee on notice on that front, Chair.
All right. Are there any... No other further questions?
Just on the focus there, I understand, because it's only been recently that we've actually extended NAIF opportunities.
That's right.
To go to COCUS and Christmas. But I'm just interested because I just prompted there. I know that there was a couple of businesses that were actually looking to put in applications. One was, I think, the Indian Ocean Resorts. I'm just interested to see if there's been any applications for NAIF funding for development on COCUS in particular, to see whether or not they were...
Not that I have visibility of, but very happy to take that question on behalf of the NAIF.
Yeah. Just following on from that, you've just triggered my memory with that, and whether Office of Northern Australia or whether yourself, Mr McKay, with the NAIF, just what work is being done. So climate change is certainly impacting on those committees. Whether the Department of Infrastructure is assisting both the Cocos-Keeling Islands, the council, plus Christmas Island with some of the remedial work that needs to be done, if that can certainly come back.
Yes, that is more a department matter, Chair, than the NAIF. So very happy to take that on notice and come back to the committee on that.
No, that's good. Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you for your evidence today, Mr McKay, Ms Router, and also Ms Greentree. The committee has set the Friday the 19th of July 2024 as due date for answers taken on notice. We'll get the Secretariat to follow up with some of those questions that come back.
Thank you, Chair.
So thank you. Looking forward to this one. I'm looking forward. Officers, I welcome officers from the I welcome officers from the National Indigenous Australians Agency in person and via teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I remind committee members that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give an opinion on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanation of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. For the Hansard record, can you please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Ben Burden, Group Manager, Economic Empowerment from the National Indigenous Australians Agency.
Jessica Guthrie, Branch Manager, Remote Employment Branch.
Mr Ben O'Sullivan, Community Development Program Branch, Senior Advisor.
And I think we have Mr Dyer online from our Darwin office.
Yeah, we're waiting for him to turn his microphone off mute.
Can you hear us, Tom?
Let me see.
Oh, no, they can hear us.
No, they can hear us, but he can't respond, so we'll just wait. Okay, look, okay. I'll invite you to make...
Yep. Apologies, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Tom Dyer, Branch Manager, NT Strategy and Policy, National Indigenous Australians Agency.
Thank you. I invite you to make a brief opening statement, and then the committee, and if we can keep the statement short and sweet and to the point so that it leaves enough time for members to ask questions. So do you wish to make an opening statement?
Chair, we're very happy to go straight to questions, if that would assist.
Mr Wrench.
Who would like to go first? I've got a couple of things that I'm working on here.
Shane or...
You go.
I just want to start by asking about the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, the RJEDP. The announcement of $707 million for that program, just confirming that that's new funding and won't be drawn from the existing CDP funding?
Correct, Senator. Yes, it's new money.
Oh, no. Sorry. Not a Senator. Work for a living, but no. Just joking. Just joking. So my question, I guess, goes to those workers in communities who will not benefit from the first tranche of 3,000 real jobs. So what will happen to those that are currently engaged in the CDP program who aren't picked up for one of those positions?
So thank you for the question. So the announcement to, or government decision to commence the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, 3,000 jobs, $707 million, the announcement from February. Also, there's the second part of the commitment to replace CDP with the Remote Jobs Program is also a decision to continue the provision of employment services in remote, and that will a new program for the provision of employment services in remote will commence from 1 July 2025, and that will provide those employment services and supports to will continue to provide those employment services in remote communities, and by default to those who are not able to participate in the new Remote Jobs Program.
And will that be undertaken in a work for the dole type of arrangement with some of those, punitive aspects that cause a bit of distress in our communities?
So the process for the design of that new employment service in remote is in commencement. We are working through and beginning internal work within government and some discussions with the First Nations Reference Group, which has been stood up to provide Minister Burney with advice on the design, firstly, of the Remote Jobs Program, and then secondarily on what the future of employment services in remote will look like. As we move through the design, the co-design and consultation process for remote jobs, our attention is beginning to move to what are those successor arrangements for employment services in remote and what they're going to look like. Key, as you touch on, is the question of what will mutual obligations look like, and what will the activity-based obligations which were made voluntary in 2021, what they will look like. I think it would be fair to say that those policy design questions are being looked at within the context of the government's broader employment reform processes, including the recent announcements on disability employment services and what will happen with Workforce Australia, and of course the government response to the committee's, Mr Hill's committee report from December of last year. So there's a fair, I guess, the question of what will happen in remote is within that broader policy development question for what will happen with employment services across Australia in its entirety.
Yeah, thank you. Just one more from me. My former colleague here, Warren Snowden, used to talk a lot about CDEP, where the E stood for employment. And it's just a bit of a quote from Dr. Altman, who wrote this, and I just want to provide this context for my question. But Dr. Altman said, in collaboration with progressive bureaucrats and with the concurrence of remote Aboriginal leaders, mainly in desert Australia, Nugget Coombs proposed CDEP. Under this scheme, communities would receive a grant equivalent to their welfare entitlements and the estimated costs of its administration, and some funds to underwrite establishment of community, commercial and social enterprises. So that was, it's a bit of historical context, but a very innovative approach. So when we're looking at both the RJCP and the CDP having enormous amounts of government funds being given mostly to non-Indigenous labour hire businesses, or mostly non-Indigenous owned labour hire businesses. I'm just wondering, for those community workers who will not be benefiting from that initial rollout of the 3,000 RJEDP positions, wondering if there's any steps that have been taken to replace CDP or to involve some of those sort of local initiatives. And in the Chair's electorate, up at Maningrida, I've heard about Bawinanga and some of the initiatives they've had up there that have been that have really been groundbreaking and have involved that topping up of income that's contributed by the employer from different buckets to sort of top up to a full-time wage. And I guess in this inquiry, and I've asked this of previous witnesses, we're after, examples where there's a good model working that's innovative that we may be able to replicate. And I was just wondering if there's any thought being given to that, or if there's any development of that type of innovative approach within this reworking of the employment space.
So I might, if we can beg the committee's indulgence, but I might make a few preliminary comments and then pass to my colleagues to provide some of those examples of what we're doing on the ground and what we're seeing in community. The historical reference point, I think, to CDEP is always very instructive, and I think as our consultation processes over the last few years have shown, is that the memories of CDEP, and Chair will know this far better than I can say, that is very much alive and present in community and very fondly regarded. So we are certainly trying to learn from what went before us and to work through the best, the elements of CDEP that worked. I think it's fair to say that since the Minister took office, one of the first things that she did, or the first thing that she did to commence the process of replacing CDP with real jobs, was to ask CDP providers or provide CDP providers with a flexibility within their funding envelopes to try new things, to undertake a series of trials. And then since then we've actually put on another set of trials, which is funding community organisations directly to put on jobs in community. I think what we've learnt through those two different trial streams, if you will, is that where a community has been directly involved in the design of jobs or a series of jobs or a social enterprise that's been stood up with the specific purpose of employing folks from within community, that direct involvement of community is the more that we can do that, the better. There are no guarantees in life, but the better, the best chances of success that there are. And I think that very much reflects and builds on the CDEP experience. So as we are working through the design process of, and we're close to wrapping, or close to the end of that, that focus on community remains very, very strong. And I might ask Mr O'Sullivan to give some examples of some of the projects that we've been working on through the trial process, and we're of course more than happy to make that information in detail available to the committee.
And I might just really quickly, building on what Mr Burns said, talk about a couple of the other key learnings from the trial, and then I'll go into some specific examples. But I think, as Mr Burns said, happy to provide more to the committee on notice. So I think that need for flexibility and that strong developing approaches in strong, close partnership with local stakeholders, community stakeholders, has been really critical. Enhanced case management support, including mentoring, and particularly Indigenous mentoring, has been a key driver of employment success. I think we've seen award wages in particular, and to a lesser extent vouchers and other incentives, as an effective driver for engagement. So I think stakeholders have commented on that, people in remote communities know the difference between top-up or a voucher and a real job, and that real job's a very...
Can I just to push this forward a bit, Mr O'Sullivan, I think following on from Mr Burton's, from what he was saying, can we just get to the specifics of, so if you're talking about, I get the engagement and the stuff you're talking about, can we get to the specific of where those trial sites are, what's the success of those, how many Aboriginal people are employed in full-time jobs? We need to, as a committee, we're trying to find and get specifics in terms of outcomes for Aboriginal people in terms of employment and workforce. So if you could get to that level of information, that'd be really good, Mr Sullivan.
What leave entitlements, Chair, entitlements, superannuation entitlements they have. If they're real jobs, as you say, they need to be treated, not income managed, they need to be treated like anyone else.
Correct.
Or without mutual obligation.
Yep. So we've seen through the CDP trial, so the initial trials giving providers greater flexibility to work with communities, we've seen participants supported since those started in November 2022. So over 2,500 participants supported into employment, real jobs. And those would naturally have to carry the entitlements of a real job, so they need to pay legal entitlements around superannuation and those sorts of things. A lot of those jobs are short-term jobs, so they're not necessarily the long-term jobs that you'd see through a new remote jobs and economic development program, but they're providing a bit of a base, increasing engagement. So we've seen those over 2,500 direct employment opportunities for CDP participants through the trial, and then that's roughly an 11% increase in the overall job placements in remote as part of CDP from those trials. And so that's operating largely right across remote Australia, across all bar a couple of the CDP regions where we're still working with a couple of providers to establish their trials. We've then got, as Mr Burns said, the new jobs program trial, so that's operating in targeted CDP regions, so in Central Australia, in the East Kimberley, on Palm Island in Queensland, in the Midwest in Western Australia, and in the Nunandarra lands and goldfields in Western Australia, and in the Eyre region and Far West region in South Australia. So through that, we've seen 25 applications approved for a total of 264 jobs, and so that total funding commitment of 15.8 million through those trials. And I can go to a few.
Are you able to provide that?
Yeah, we can provide the detail of some of those examples as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
And we've seen a range of kind of jobs, activity, horticultural projects, tourism ventures, hospitality, community services, youth workers and the like. So quite a broad range, hairdressing salons, kitchens for cooking, meals for community and so on. So it's really been a broad range of types of activities and jobs, and very much reflected by what the community sees as their priorities at that point of in time and engagement.
Andrew.
Thank you. Could I ask, what percentage of First Nations peoples are employed in the National Indigenous Agency?
Thank you for the question. From memory, and we'll provide the specifics to you, and we have the reporting through our annual report as well, so we can break this number down. It's around 23 to 24%, and we can provide that breakdown by levels, by the different levels within the agency and regions, because as you would be aware, we've got the broad regional footprint across Australia as well, so we can provide some detail, a little bit more detail for you.
That would be good. I'm particularly interested in First Nations employment levels in the middle to upper management, because I think the more... Sorry, I'm not allowed to give opinion.
Yeah, no, that's a very
local knowledge involved in decision making.
So it's a really important focus area for the agency and for the Australian Public Service at the moment. We've recently been through a targeted round to increase the numbers of First Nations folk in the APS and also in the National Indigenous Australians Agency at what we call the SES Band 1 level, which is one of those management levels that you're concerned about.
I appreciate that. Speaking to quite a few First Nations people in particularly rural, really remote areas, they want to get ahead, they want to get a job, they want to build their own house, but they're having trouble with some of the land councils actually they can't get freehold to their land. Is that something that your agency brokers and helps with, or is that a different department?
In the broad, we do, the NIAA does have some clear responsibilities with respect to native title and Aboriginal land rights. We work very closely with the Attorney General's Department in that regard. There is obviously an overlay with state and territory authorities as well, so there is a complexity. We fund native title representative bodies and service providers, and through them prescribed body corporates, so we do work on that. We work very closely the issue that you raise of access to finance to...
That's where I'm going with it, Mr Burton.
Yeah, to access to finance to activate the economic potential of native title land is a critical issue, and one that is uppermost in our minds as well.
We're workforce development, and what happens here, some of our best and brightest, because they can't get access to that, then tend to leave and go to the cities and whatever, whereas we can be developing our own within. Thank you, Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Just further to Mr Wilcox's question about employment, what percentage of the agency are employed outside of Canberra?
I think if my CEO, Ms Bruin, were here, she would say not enough, which is, I think, reflective of our desire to put more and more effort into our regions. I would hazard a guess that I think it's roughly 1/3 in Canberra and 2/3 outside of Canberra, but please, don't hold me to that, but I'll come back with some particulars for you, if that's okay, Senator.
And would you mind just breaking that up, because it's, I'm equally discriminatory against all capital cities, so outside of Canberra, Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth.
Yes, we can do that, and we can set out our footprint for you as well.
That would be terrific, thank you. I was asking some questions earlier, which you may or may not have heard, about the Real Jobs program that was run by the Northern Territory Cattlemen's Union or Association in conjunction with Charles Darwin. That's lost funding, I understand, because it's not an Indigenous training organisation. Can you clear that up for me? Is that the case?
I might ask Mr Dyer if he has information on the...
If you don't have that information, it'd be good to get that information. If you could take it
I
on
don't
notice.
have that to hand, but...
Yeah, just for clarity, I think that program was funded by the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation, so I don't think it's not an NRAA funded program.
Oh, I see.
But let us Mr Dyer, do you have anything
Can you still
further?
take that on notice
We will
and provide that information back? Yep.
It seemed to be, 400 young people trained, and
We will come back to you, Senator, if that's okay.
Thank you. And we have had some evidence already today about digital connectivity and equity of access for digital connectivity, cost being one of those. Is that something that you're engaging with, or how's that impacting on the services that you're providing?
Obviously, I think the better the connectivity, the better that we can provide digitally enabled services into remote communities. I know that it's something that our colleagues in our housing and infrastructure area work on very closely with the Department of Infrastructure and Communications, and that in the rollout of the government's commitments there into community. Mr Dyer, do you want to add anything from a Northern Territory perspective?
Of course. Look, connectivity is... sorry, I'll just check. People can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, connectivity is obviously a crucial issue in North and in remote communities in Northern Australia. Across the Australian government, there's been a real focus on the issue. Recently, Minister Rowlands opened some additional Wi-Fi connectivity in Gallowinku in Central Australia, and investment's been rolled out with regards to Wi-Fi as well. And then we do have programs such as Remote Indigenous Communities Telecommunications, which gives some of the most basic infrastructure to communities, including payphones and Wi-Fi hotspots that has been going on for a significant amount of time.
And what about data plans? How are people going with those, or is that something that you've come across being a barrier to people accessing data? And I just wonder, excuse me for a second, would you mind just shutting that door? Thank you so much. Yes, we've got a very noisy door behind us. Thank you. Please go ahead.
My colleagues in the room. Data plans are obviously an issue, and there has been obviously some work done by the ACCC in the space. The NIAA and DSS, particularly DSS through its financial counselling and wellbeing services, do work in the space. But with regards to specific programs, I'm not aware that we have, from the National Indigenous Australians Agency, an investment in data plans themselves.
Is that something as a committee that we're interested in? Or, I mean, it's only really been raised today, and I've not thought about that if you're unemployed or on CDP and you're trying to get access to education, I assume you can go down to the council?
Some of the councils do assist with that. People, there are some Centrelink offices in some of the remote communities.
Okay. Yeah. Perhaps that's something, if you have any information on that you could provide us, and appreciate that it may be other agencies, but yeah.
I just want to get to some CDP questions. I can't let these mob go unless I do some CDP.
Well, Chair, over to you. Over to you.
Thank you. If I could, Deputy. Ms Guthrie or Mr Burton, I just want to go through, and it follows on from what Mr Newman was asking, a full-time worker employed under an employment contract in this country, whether in a remote community or in a major urban town, shouldn't be subjected to rules and oversight just because they're Aboriginal. So we had evidence this morning from an organisation. So across Australia, I think, or when we look at CDP, there are 45,000 people on CDP. This new remote jobs program is 3,000. So are you able to provide, either take on notice or provide information that how these 3,000 jobs are going to be allocated? And I know that you talked about this working committee, but surely the department must have some idea or framework in place how those 3,000 jobs, the allocation across Australia, and that none of those 3,000 jobs are going to be put into large metropolitan areas like Adelaide or Sydney or Melbourne. I mean, I'm a bit like Senator McDonald, and all of us are from Northern Australia, so we want to have some idea that those jobs are going to go into Northern Australia, across Northern Australia, and not down on the eastern seaboard.
Happy to answer that
Yep.
one, Chair. Sorry.
Yeah, Ms Guthrie.
Thank you. So probably part of the announcement was also that we would be working in partnership with First Nations community to design the program. And so I am not trying to be kind of cute in my answers. I'm actually just not preempting the decision because there's not been a final decision made from government around the design parameters. But happy to go through some of the things we've been working with our First Nations reference group, but also testing through our community consultation that's been underway for the past month or so. So probably for the first one around allocations, we have been looking at different options to be able to test what would be best in a practical sense. So essentially we kind of looked at 3 different options, one of which is around CDP regions, jobs being allocated by CDP regions, the other being allocated by NIAA region, and the other being allocated through state or territory based, and then breaking that down through the percentage on the CDP caseload. So we are working through, and those are the options that are being tested through consultation, and so I just don't want to preempt the outcomes of those. But we are and your other question around where the jobs are in the north, part of the kind of policy intent before the design happens is around setting the parameter, which is in current CDP regions.
So, thank you, Ms Guthrie. Just following from that, so the department's had trial sites in place to date. Are you able to provide to the committee on notice the outcomes of those trial sites, what's been the success, what's been the failures? And the second part of that is how many of those trial sites are actually delivered by Aboriginal organisations versus labour hire companies that are not from the Northern Territory but sit interstate?
Yes, just on that one, sorry, Chair, if it's useful. So we've approved 25 organisations through the new jobs program trial.
How many was that? Sorry, Mr.
25.
25, yep.
And so I'll just double check my numbers, but I understand 20 of those are Indigenous community organisations.
Yep.
And so there's a requirement under the trial that they are not-for-profit.
So across Northern Australia or just the Northern Territory we're talking about?
No, so that's across all the... So a chunk in Northern Australia, also includes Palm Island, the East Kimberley, so a lot up there, and then a little bit in South Australia and WA as well.
So can you provide those specific areas for us?
Yeah, no, we will. But of the 25 organisations, 20 of those are local Indigenous community organisations. I think 3 of them are regional councils in the Northern Territory. 1 is an Aboriginal Shire Council in Queensland, and 1 is a non-Indigenous community organisation in WA.
A non-Indigenous?
A non-Indigenous community organisation in WA.
And is that specifically for Aboriginal people, or is it a combination of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal?
So it's all CDP participants are eligible to take up jobs under the trial, and so in some of those regions, probably particularly outside of the north, there are reasonable proportions of non-Indigenous people. So that non-Indigenous community organisation in WA has been funded for 1 job, and I couldn't say whether that 1 job has been filled by an Indigenous or non-Indigenous person. I don't have that information.
Can you provide that on notice for us?
We can check. We may not be able to go to individual Indigenous status of individual workers, but we can go overall. We can have a look.
No, but if you're funding a non-Indigenous organisation, surely you would be collecting the data as to whether you've got Indigenous participants or whether this program is aimed at non-Indigenous as well. So if you've got a program that is specifically out of the NIAA bucket, which is aimed at Aboriginal employment opportunities, and you're funding a non-Indigenous organisation, but it's funding non-Indigenous people, surely you should be able to distinguish. I'm not saying that it shouldn't, I'm just saying it would be good to get, because I know on Christmas Island, NIAA was funding CDP on Christmas Island. That's not so. It's not just specific Aboriginal, but I just to get a sense of that it's going across some of these other areas. That's all.
If I could, I think from recollection, the non-Indigenous organisation funded was to provide employment for an Indigenous participant, but we will double check and confirm that for you on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Burden. That'd be really good. Just one final question. There was a Senate committee hearing on the 16th of February which referenced the plan announced in October 2022 to employ an additional 500 community service workers in the domestic violence sector, and this is so what steps has NIAA taken to ensure that North Australia secures its proper share of those positions, taking into account the extreme need being experienced in Northern Australia, in particular in the Northern Territory? What steps has NIAA taken to ensure that it empowers and employs remote community Aboriginal women, many of whom have, many years of relevant experience, are empowered and employed in this space? Would you like to take that on question and provide that back to the committee?
We will consult with the Department of Social Services, which is leading the delivery of that government initiative, and come back to the committee.
Yeah. Would NIAA have, though, some input into, given the numbers of domestic and family violence incidences across Northern Australia, that as the agency chartered with this, that you would...
We do work very closely with... the NIAA does have specific family domestic violence programs working in community, and does fund, for example, a number of family violence prevention and legal service providers across the country, and we do that working very closely with DSS and their work on family domestic violence issues, and linking together with the work that we do from our regional teams on the ground working with community. So we can certainly come back and provide some detail for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Burden. And just lastly, in terms of mutual obligation, with the 45,000 jobs or CDP, so I get the 3,000, they'll be full-time jobs. In terms of the other 42, I suppose, is around the country, is mutual obligation going to be part of, or coming back into, being phased back into what is the old CDP program?
So the status at the moment is that people on income support from government are obliged to have certain obligations, including to undertake meetings and with their employment service providers, and to apply for a certain number of jobs, and to accept a job where a reasonable job offer is made to them, and to stay in a job, on a reasonable basis. The activity-based obligations to undertake a certain number of hours of activities per week, as you know, was made voluntary in May 2021. Where we are looking at going in the future is to look at what is a way. I think the focus of government effort is on engaging participants actively in the labour market, and what are the options and ways forward that we can do that. So it is a shift in approach. I think the Minister has been clear in saying, and in her consultations with communities and community leadership, that some form of obligation is actually a part of participation in the income support system.
Maybe I've strayed into areas that is government and I shouldn't expect you to answer that, Mr. Burton.
I'm happy to repeat for the committee, what the Minister's expressed views on it, and I think it's a matter of at a kind of principled policy and legislative level, is that there is that general sense of for a participant that receives income support from government, that there is some form of participation in the labour market or in the preparatory process of work as part of that system and process. I think the challenge for us moving forward is to ensure, particularly in remote and in community, is that the application of those arrangements is done in a way that's culturally appropriate, that's appropriate for the community and appropriate for the individual circumstances of the participant.
No, thank you, Mr. Burton. Look, that unless. Sorry, Senator McDonald.
Just very quickly, I'm sorry. The question that I asked you previously on notice about the Real Jobs program, you're going to take that away and search for it. My supplementary question is, would it fall within the ability for your agency to fund that program?
I think the current focus of the agency's work is on the Real Jobs program, which is directed at it's a community funding model and is directed more towards funding community organisations employing local community participants. That said, I think the government is committed to looking at and making job and employment opportunities available, and it's just, I guess, there are constraints within the current policy direction that we're taking, and what other resources there might be available across other government agencies as well.
So specifically, that's what I'm looking for. That was a very broad answer, but if this was an organisation that was providing young people the skills to be able to access a job, then how do we help these kids get those opportunities?
Yep. Okay.
To the Department of Education and the Working on Country.
Yeah, perhaps.
I think Minister Clare is looking at that cattleman's, because it falls within that working on country.
Oh, terrific.
The stuff that he's doing there.
Oh, terrific.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll talk to you after about it.
Thank you.
The junior rangers, yeah.
That concludes today's... Oh, sorry. Sorry, no, I'm not.
I'm just saying, not angry, just
sorry,
disappointed.
Deputy. Sorry, Warren. Go on.
One of my focuses here, I notice every time we get a report from any of the agencies, there's always an issue about impediments about housing. You know, the housing is always a significant impediment in relation to employment. Now, I know there's about a $4 billion initiative going into the Northern Territory. I guess you guys have oversight of that?
Not directly, but yes, as an agency, yes.
What I'm asking is, at the moment it seems to be that the only housing that is built anywhere across Northern Australia for Indigenous people is family housing. Whether it be 2, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms, there's family housing. Haven't been able to identify a single unit of accommodation across Northern Australia where it is a self-contained 1-bedroom living accommodation for a fully employed young single Indigenous person. And that creates significant impediment for young people to get out there to have a go. For example, whether they are going into education or whether they're going, and more particularly if they're going into health in their community. These are the jobs that keep them in their community and allow them to build skills. Now, if you have a young person that goes into the health, for example, what's the prospect of them being able to do shift work when they're living in a family home with generations, with a whole range of different issues facing it there, and they've got to try and get some sleep to do shift work and do their job and build their capacity. It doesn't exist. And so what I'm asking you is to, when you're looking at the mix, how about looking at, there are young single people that are living in these communities that have aspirations, whether they be rangers, whatever these jobs are, they get full-time jobs, but they are not able to develop themselves because they've got nowhere to stay. They've got to stay in a family home. And it also gives them an incentive, if you like, to get out and do that work and train and build their capacity by having a space of their own. Not only does it, give them that opportunity to work, but it also helps them educate themselves on how they look after their own space. None of that. And it's just amazing that right across Northern Australia, none of this exists. And so I just put it to you as a plea to think about a broader need of accommodation here, because it's something that we really need to be focusing on now. And we get right across, there's nothing. The other thing is, if you can also, when you start talking about building, I know we've had mentioned before about modular or what have you, I think it's important to talk to various communities on what sort of accommodation that they would like to see and whether or not they would like to participate in building their own, rather than sending contractors in with transportable, build-it-yourself slab-type places to do it. Meets the immediate need, but it doesn't look at the long-term opportunities for the people building their own. We had a range of this happening through the Napari process. Each community's built their own, designed and built their own, and we found in that case, in many cases, they were able to build 3 houses for the price of 2, bringing their contractors in, but they bought houses that actually their community wanted to live in. So I think it's important that that consultation takes place and give the communities an opportunity to say, yep, this is what we would like and this is how we'd like to do it ourselves. I just make that assumption.
Thank you, Mr. Rees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got it off my chest now. But
he needed to get that right off his chest.
Mr. Dyer, did you have anything to add to that or to contribute to that?
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the question and obviously the issue of house design. In the Northern Territory, obviously, we have quite a large investment in remote housing, and with regards to that, that's one of the forms of delivery in the north of Australia that we're part of the governance. The housing mix that's been rolled out varies, and we do have single bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom housing in that mix. And the form of construction is modular and on-site build using block, etc. But take the point that the house design is one thing, but then the allocation of the housing is a second issue, and we're working our way through that as well. With regards to housing allocation, particularly with remote communities, there's really generically two stocks. There's the remote housing stock, and then there's the what we call the employee housing stock. The Northern Territory government is looking at their stock and how that's allocated to people who are employed, which is with a different tenancy agreement for people who are employed by the Northern Territory government. But it is a space that still needs to be done. Just recently we funded Yiliri Young Housing in Darwin, who have taken on a housing stock of 42 houses in Darwin for employment housing for low-income employed families, Indigenous. So, but to take the point.
Mr. Dyer, can I just follow on from what you were just saying then? Can you just clarify, so the $4 billion housing agreement, did I hear that right, that you were saying that in that $4 billion, the Northern Territory government would allocate government employee housing in that?
No, I'm sorry if it sounded that way, Chair.
Okay, I just wanted to...
I was just talking through the tenancy approach and the housing allocation. I apologise if it sounded that way.
Yeah, no, it just sounded like... That's why I was just seeking clarification. Thanks for that, Tom.
Just on that too, I'm sorry, Chair, but I'm Cape York and the Torres Strait, right? We get young Indigenous people living in community decide they want to go in educational health. There are Queensland education housing available in these communities. There is Queensland health workers housing in the community. But if you are a local Indigenous community person in your community, you cannot get access to, you've got to move out of the community, apply for the job outside the community, and then come back and have an access to that community housing. If you apply for it, are appointed in that community, you haven't got access to that housing, and you've got to stay in the family home. That's right across the whole spectrum. It's not right, but unfortunately that's the way it is. And there isn't a single unit of accommodation, other than there's a few aged care ones in the likes of Napperman. But for young, employed Indigenous single people, they got no accommodation at all if they want to remain in their community.
That's true. All right, that concludes today's hearing. I want to...
Chairman, can I just can I correct myself with the NIAA's...
Chairperson, please. We're being gender neutral here. So chairperson.
Chairperson, sorry. Chair, can I correct myself by advising the committee that as at the end of May, 47.6% of the NIAA workforce is based outside of Canberra, so roughly half, and approximately 320 of NIAA staff are based outside of capital cities.
Out of how many?
Roughly 1,400, but I'll need to confirm that precise figure.
Thank you.
We'll
keep working on that.
That concludes today's hearing. I do thank you, Mr Burton, Ms Guthrie, Mr O'Sullivan, and of course Tom Dyer online in sunny Darwin. I remind witnesses that the committee has set the 19th of July is the due date for all questions taken on notice. The committee now stands adjourned.